123, entitled Strengthening of the United Nations System. In connection with this item, the Assembly has before it a draft resolution issued as document A/79/L2 and a draft amendment issued as document A/79/L3. The draft resolution before the Assembly contains the Pact of the Future and its annexes, the Global Digital Compact, and the Declaration on Future Generations. They represent the combination of many months of negotiations and embody compromise from all sides. No internationally agreed document is perfect. However, I strongly believe that the Pact, Compact, and Declaration represent the broadest support of member states. I urge all states to support the adoption of the Pact of the Future and its annexes. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation to introduce draft amendment A/79/L3.
Господин председатель.
Mr. President, almost 2 years ago, the GA resolution, A-Res 76307, at that time, we wouldn't guess at the outcome document of our summit, the Pact for the Future, we agreed would be agreed upon ahead of time in accordance with consensus through intergovernmental negotiation. Unfortunately, this task was not fulfilled. Today, in violations of procedure for the adoption of the text, a number of delegations did not support this text. To speak strictly, we don't have anything to adopt today, and that is not the fault of the current president of the GA and his predecessor. They inherited this problem from predecessors and did all they could, but didn't have enough time. Today, we'll probably hear a great deal of praise for the pact and for those who took part in the negotiations. Colleagues, you must understand that all this is hypocritical. In fact, the intergovernmental negotiations on the pact did not really take place. There was no meeting where delegations met, sat down at the same table, and held real negotiations on the draft broken down by paragraph. From the very beginning, the writers included in the text that was suitable to Western countries. And these questions were not resolved from the beginning to the very end. We requested sitting down and discussing these problems at the same table. But this cannot be called multilateralism. What happened is a major defeat for the UN, because the principle of the sovereign equality of states enshrined in the Charter was sacrificed to the interests of a certain group of countries, and their interests were clearly laid out over the past months. Through these negotiations, it was decided by this group of countries what the document should look like and what should not be included in it. These are abuses that we have seen in the UN. There are a number of delegations that not only remained silent, but supported this draft pact. And a great deal of this did not suit those delegations. What about the principle of leaving no one behind, which the SG likes to extol? Essentially, no one is happy with this text. Can we build the future on such a foundation? Is this what we are going to show to future generations? Mr. President, it would have been optimal not to put forward this non-consensus-based test, but to continue negotiations until this document finally is acceptable to all without exception. the direct negotiations with delegations and not maneuvers through coordinators. This summit would be our then common future, the victory of multilateralism in the UN Charter. I hope that you, Mr. President, will have the courage to propose this kind of procedural solution, and its details can be worked out in parallel with our summit. If you decide to do so, to move further and to push through a non-consensus text, then on behalf of a number of countries, Belarus, Nicaragua, and the Russian Federation, we would like to propose an amendment to the draft text of this Pact for the Future and its annexes. Based on our amendment, the principle of non-interference in internal affairs of states, in accordance with the UN Charter, is something that must be followed by the UN. This is one of the fundamental principles of international law, which has not been reflected in the Pact. The amendment emphasizes the key role of the intergovernmental nature of UN decisions. The amendment emphasizes the need to prevent duplication of efforts and to maximize the effectiveness of the use of UN resources. All this is especially relevant given the current budget crisis in the organization. This amendment is not ignoring the needs of the Global South, but on the contrary, is trying to protect them from further pressure from the collective West, which has not honored its previous obligations, for example, with the SDGs. And now they're trying to create new obligations, and now they are hiding behind the backs of the Global South. Given the proposal of our amendment, we are hoping for the support of all delegations. And so our amendment being put to a vote was trying to uphold the intergovernmental nature of the UN and its charter. If our amendment is not included into the text of the pact, then we distance ourselves from the consensus on this document, on the Global Digital Pact as well. With regard to the provisions on disarmament, participation of NGOs in the work of the UN and the OHCHR. In any case, we believe it's crucial to emphasize that the pact is not a document that automatically creates new mandates and obligations for member states. It is simply a declaration, and quite a vague one. New mandates and obligations can only appear through an intergovernmental process that would take place through essentially a different process than how the work on the pact and its provisions were organized. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation. I now give the floor to the representative of the Republic of Congo on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the honor to take the floor on behalf of the African Group, which my country is chairing for the month of September. President, the African Group would like to warmly congratulate the President of the General Assembly for co-facilitating this event, and also the Secretary General of the United Nations. We thank you for your tireless efforts, which together we have conducted during the negotiations that were so difficult and laborious. The African Union believes that it's our collective responsibility to ensure and guarantee a better future for current and future generations. We are now at a crossroads. Given what is at stake currently, what will define our common future, the African Group feels that we need to show unity and our capacity to find common answers to the multiple complex challenges that we are facing today. The African Group firmly believes that the adoption of this kind of amendment is not going to help us meet our expectations and legitimate aspirations. The African
le leadership du président de l'Assemblée générale et l'appui dans tous ses efforts pour l'adoption du pacte pour l'avenir. Enfin, le groupe africain propose qu'aucune décision ne soit prise concernant le projet d'amendement A79 L3. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Please stop it. Interpretation is not going.
Please, Congo, can you start now? I'm sorry about that. Please, Congo, start now so that we can have the interpretation.
I thank you, Mr. President. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, I have the honor to take the floor on behalf of the African Group, of which we have the presidency. Mr. President, the African Group would like to address our warm
Congratulations to the President of the General Assembly, to the co-facilitators, as well as to the Secretary-General of the United Nations for all of the efforts that we have undertaken together to ensure that we have gotten through these very complex, difficult negotiations. The African Group believes it's our collective responsibility to ensure and guarantee a better future for current and future generations at a time when we find ourselves at a crossroads. Given what is currently at stake, things that will define our common future, the African Group believes that we need to show our unity and our ability to provide common concerted answers to the multiple and complex challenges that we are facing today. The African Group firmly believes that the adoption of such an amendment is not going to help us meet our legitimate hopes and aspirations. The African Group firmly supports the leadership of the President of the General Assembly, and we support you
in all of your efforts for the adoption of the Pact for the Future. And finally, the African Group would propose that no decision be taken with regard to the draft amendment A79L3. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the Congo. The representative of the Congo has moved, within the terms of Rule 74 of the Rules of Procedure, that no action be taken on draft amendment A/79/L3. Rule 74 reads as follows. During the discussion of any matter, a representative may move the adjournment of the debate on the item under discussion.
In addition to the proposer of the motion, two representatives may speak in favor of and two against the motion, after which the motion shall be immediately put to the vote. Does any member wish to speak? I call on the representative of Mexico to take the floor.
Gracias, señor Presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mexico would like to second the motion for no action, and we invite all members to vote yes in favor of the motion. The text of the amendment presented was never raised during negotiations, which prevented due consideration being given to it by delegations and by facilitators. Delegations have undertaken very many rounds of negotiations, and they have shown willingness to achieve consensus. We'd like to congratulate you and the co-facilitators for the work that you have done. Mexico also would have liked to put forward amendments on matters that are close to our hearts and a priority for our foreign policy, but we believe that the text that we have before us now is the best result possible and it lays the foundation for the future work of this organization. We reiterate our willingness to continue to participate in constructive, transparent, and good faith negotiations. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Mexico. I call on the representative of Cameroon to take the floor.
Mr. President, I would like to thank you for giving me the floor. Mr. President, the delegation of Cameroon supports the motion introduced by Congo on behalf of the African Group. Cameroon firmly supports this document. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Cameroon. I call on the representative of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela to take the floor.
Señor Presidente.
Mr. President, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela has the honor to take the floor on behalf of delegations of the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Syrian Arab Republic, and my own country with regard to the motion for no action that was introduced by Congo. This procedural maneuver that we are witnessing is a further demonstration of the arrogant view of certain Western states that we have had to, unfortunately, put up with during a very long and complex process of negotiations. It's also a maneuver which demonstrates, amongst other things, the fact that the provisions of Resolution 76/307 of the General Assembly have not been complied with. The text in A78L2, however, was not approved previously and was not certainly approved by consensus. If we have a different interpretation of what previously agreed, and I quote, and end the quote, means, and as defined in operative paragraph 4 of the modalities resolution, it might be a good idea for the Office of Legal Affairs to provide us with immediate guidance, Mr. President. These countries understand that there's no consensus on the Pact for the Future because largely of the lack of political willingness of those same countries to enter into good faith negotiations over the last 18 months on various issues that are so controversial and critical for very many other countries. They continue to prefer to drive forward a course of action that aims to ignore the very existence of these divergent opinions rather than allowing member states to freely express their points of view on the substance of the amendment, which is very direct and based on principles of language. That's what's before us now. This amendment
would contribute to us achieving our legitimate national aspirations. We'd also point out that the substance of this amendment was raised during negotiations and it was never taken into account. Currently, the pact is selective in the way in which it addresses the various principles addressed in the UN Charter, and it does not refer at any time to the sacred principle of non-intervention in the domestic affairs of states contained in Article 2.7 of the UN Charter. President, aware as we are of this reality and in accordance with Article 74 of the General Assembly Rules of Procedure, we would like to respectfully ask all member states to vote against this motion for no action and vote in favour of the amendment contained in document A79L3. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela.
I call on the representative of Belarus to take the floor.
Господин председатель.
Mr. President, we thank you for giving me the floor. The delegation of Belarus turns to this august assembly with a request to examine the substance of the amendment contained in document A/79/L3. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the representative of Belarus. We have heard an objection to the motion by the representative of the Congo. I shall now put to a recorded vote the motion submitted by the representative of Congo that no action be taken on draft amendment A/79/L3. Those in favor of the motion, please signify. Against? Abstentions?
The General Assembly is now voting on the motion submitted by the representative of the Congo that no action be taken on draft amendment A/79/L3. Press the green button to vote in favor of the motion by the Congo that no action be taken on the amendment. Press the red button to vote against the motion by the Congo that no action be taken on the amendment. Will all delegations confirm that their votes are accurately reflected on the screen? The voting has been completed. Please lock the machine.
The result of the vote is as follows. Please listen carefully. The result of the vote is as follows. In favor, 143. Against, 7. Abstentions, 15. The motion is adopted. Since the motion for no action on the draft amendment is adopted, the Assembly will proceed to take action on the draft resolution. The Assembly will now proceed to consider draft resolution A/79/L2. I give the floor to the representative of the Secretariat.
Thank you, Mr. President. The present oral statement on draft resolution L2 is made in the context of Rule 153 of the Rules of Procedure. The full statement has been distributed to Member States. Pursuant to requests contained in paragraph 34C, 41C, 57A, 81A and B, 83E of the Pact for the Future, additional resources in the range of 1.5 to 1.8 million, excluding staff assessment, would be required for the 2025, for which details would be included in a revised estimates report to be presented at the main part of the 79th session of the General Assembly. Regarding the request contained in paragraph 37F and 42B of the Pact, it is envisaged that additional resources would be required for 2025. The Secretary General would, following consultations, submit resource requirements for 2025 in the revised estimates report. The Secretariat will further assess if paragraphs 76 and 78B could give rise to budgetary implications. Additional resources which may be required for 2026 and subsequent years
Pursuant to request contained in paragraph 37F, 41C, 42B, 57A, 74A, and 81B of the Pact would be presented in the proposed program budgets in the applicable years. With regard to the request contained in paragraph 48 and 72 of the Compact, it is envisaged that additional resources would be required for 2025. The Secretary General would, following consultations, including with Member States, submit a proposal on the resource requirements for 2025 for consideration by the Assembly during the 79th session. And with regard to the request contained in paragraph 56A, 56B, and 74 of the Compact, it is not possible to estimate implications at this time in the absence of modalities. When the modalities are determined, the Secretary General would assess implications in accordance with the Rule 153. Additional resources which may be required for 2026 and subsequent years, pursuant to requests contained in paragraph 48 and 72 of the Compact, would be presented in the proposed program budget in the applicable years. With regard to the request contained in the third subparagraph, paragraph 43 of the Declaration of Future Generations, it is not possible to estimate implications of this time owing the absence of the modalities. When the modalities are determined, Secretary General would assess the implication in accordance with Rule 153. And pursuant to request contained in the fourth subparagraph, paragraph 43 of the Declaration, additional resources would be required for 2028, for which details would be included in the proposed program budget for 2028. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the Secretariat. Before proceeding further, members are reminded that pursuant to Decision 78/555, any explanation or vote on the outcome document shall be incorporated into national statements instead of being made at the opening segment. Furthermore, as indicated in the letter from the President of the General Assembly, dated 4th September 2024, Member States are encouraged to use the debate on Agenda Item 123, scheduled for 7th October 2024, to put on record any further views on the elements of the Pact for the Future, the Global Digital Compact, and the Declaration on Future Generations. The Assembly will now take a decision on draft resolution A/79/L2 entitled The Pact for the Future. May I take it that the Assembly decides to adopt draft resolution A/79/L2? It is so decided. I would like to express my sincere thanks to Her Excellency Antje Liendest, Permanent Representative of Germany, and His Excellency Neville Getz, Permanent Representative of Namibia. Her Excellency Anna Karin Enestrom, Permanent Representative of Sweden. His Excellency Chola Milambo, Permanent Representative of Zambia. His Excellency Brian Wallace, Permanent Representative of Jamaica, and Her Excellency Joka Brandt, Permanent Representative of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, who ably and patiently conducted discussions and complex negotiations on the Pact for the Future, the Global Digital Compact, and the Declaration on Future Generations. I also express my sincere thanks to His Excellency Thomas Zaneysen, Chargé d'Affaires ad interim of the Permanent Mission of Germany, for his work in the final stage of the process.
Finally, I wish to recognize the hard work of the teams that supported the 6 co-facilitators over multiple sessions, including Agnes Julin, Audrey Gatana Namases, Cornelia Jarash, Ernst Royder Marcel, Jan Bush, Johan Shekeni, Julia Fielding, Marcus Kreft, Moses Jere, Regelia Voges, Sevelina Ashipar, Tilman Sheff, Yannick Da Costa, and many more. I am sure members of the Assembly will join me in extending to them our sincere appreciation. Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we gather today representing the peoples of the world, united by our shared aspirations for the future. Our future is in our hands. We have the power to make important choices for the future. We stand at crossroads of global transformation, facing unprecedented challenges that demand urgent collective action. From conflict and climate change to the digital divide, from inequalities to threats against human rights, together we all face profound challenges. Yet, alongside these challenges, there is hope. There is hope because challenges come along with opportunities. The opportunity for renewal, innovation, and global cooperation is within reach. Our Summit of the Future has given us a pact. The Pact for the Future just adopted represents our pledge not only to address immediate crises, but lay the foundations for a sustainable, just, and peaceful global order for all peoples and nations. The commitments embodied in the Pact and its annexes reflect the collective will of member states and must guide our actions and encourage us to promote international peace and security, invigorate implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals,
foster just and inclusive societies, and ensure that technologies always serve the common good of humankind. We must move forward together in a spirit of solidarity and multilateral cooperation. The Summit of the Future is a call to action. We must shape our future to protect ourselves and our planet Earth. Action that recommits us to the principles of international law, the goals of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and the promise of the United Nations Charter to save future generations from the pain of war. The path we choose must lead to a future where human dignity is respected and human rights are upheld. A future where peace transcends the mere absence of conflict and is grounded in justice, inclusion, and equity. Excellencies, our mission is to eradicate poverty in all its forms, tackle inequalities, and promote peace and security, tolerance, and respect for diversity. The Summit offers a historic opportunity to ensure that progress is shared equitably across all nations and communities elsewhere. We have an obligation to harness the power of science, technology, and innovation in order to prepare the future of humankind. It is also important that we reproduce our human successes across generations all the time. Let us continue our efforts to reform and strengthen global institutions that support peace, security, sustainable development, and financial stability. Meaningful progress requires that all voices are heard and that all nations, regardless of size or wealth, have a seat at the table. The United Nations is the organization where all nations have a seat at the table. Throughout, we must recognize that none of our goals will be achieved without the full participation of women and girls. Advancing gender equality across all sectors of society will be of decisive significance. Equally, we must acknowledge the vital role of young people in shaping our future, ensuring their voices are heard, their rights protected, and their potential realized. Our youth are the torchbearers of tomorrow. This is especially true in Africa, where more young people will enter the workforce each year than in the rest of the world combined. Together, let us rise to this moment with courage and determination as we accelerate our journey towards a brighter future for everyone, everywhere. I thank you.
I now give the floor to His Excellency Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Summit of the Future. I thank the co-facilitators, the former and current presidents of the General Assembly and all member states for their strong engagement, creativity and spirit of compromise, and all my colleagues for their invaluable efforts over the past 3 years. We are here to bring multilateralism back from the brink. I called for this summit to consider deep reforms to make global institutions more legitimate, fair and effective based on the values of the UN Charter. I called for this summit because 21st century challenges require 21st century solutions, frameworks that are networked and inclusive and that draw on the expertise of all of humanity. I called for this summit because our world is heading off the rails and we need tough decisions to get back on track. Conflicts are raging and multiplying, from the Middle East to Ukraine and Sudan with no end in sight. Our collective security system is threatened by geopolitical divides, nuclear posturing, and the development of new weapons and theaters of war. Resources that could bring opportunities and hope are invested in death and destruction. Huge inequalities are a brake on sustainable development. Many developing countries are drowning in debt and unable to support their people. And we have no effective global response to emerging, complex, and even existential threats. The climate crisis is destroying lives, devastating communities and ravaging economies. And we all know the solution: a just phase out of fossil fuels, and yet emissions are still rising. New technologies, including AI, are being developed in a moral and legal vacuum without governance or guardrails. And in short, our multilateral tools and institutions are unable to respond effectively to today's political, economic, environmental, and technological challenges. And tomorrow's will be even more difficult and even more dangerous. When the United Nations was established nearly 8 years ago, it had 51 member states. Today they are 193. The global economy was less than 1/12 of its current size. As a result, our peace and security tools and institutions and our global financial architecture reflect a bygone era. The United Nations Security Council is outdated, and its authority is eroding. And unless its composition and working methods are reformed, it will eventually lose all credibility. The international financial architecture was established when many of today's developing countries were under colonial rule. It does not represent the realities of today's global economy and is no longer able to resolve economic challenges, debt, climate action, sustainable development. It does not provide the global safety net that developing countries need. Meanwhile, technology, geopolitics, and globalization have transformed power relations. Our world is going through a time and turbulence and a period of transition. But we cannot wait for perfect conditions. We must take the first decisive steps towards updating and reforming international cooperation and make it more networked, more fair, and more inclusive now. And today, thanks to your efforts, we have. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Pact for the Future, the Global Digital Compact, and the Declaration on Future Generations open pathways to new possibilities and opportunities. On peace and security, they promise a breakthrough on reforms to make the Security Council more reflective of today's world, addressing the historic underrepresentation of Africa, Asia-Pacific, and Latin America. They lay the foundations for a more agile peace-building commission and for a fundamental review of peace operations to make them fit for the conditions they face. They represent the first agreed multilateral support for nuclear disarmament in more than a decade. They recognize the changing nature of conflict and commit to steps to prevent an arms race in outer space and to govern the use of lethal autonomous weapons. They include measures to mount an immediate and coordinated response to complex global shocks. On sustainable development, these agreements represent major progress towards groundbreaking reforms of the international financial architecture. They will help to make its institutions more representative of today's world, capable of mounting a stronger response to today's challenges, and able to provide an effective global safety net for developing countries at a time when many of them are suffocating in debt and unable to make progress on the SDGs. The Pact for the Future is about turbocharging the Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Agreement, accelerating a just transition away from fossil fuels, and securing a peaceful and livable future for everyone on our planet. It includes a groundbreaking commitment by governments to listen to young people and include them in decision-making at the national and global levels. And it commits to stronger partnerships with civil society, the private sector, local and regional authorities, and more. The Global Digital Compact is based on the principle that technology should benefit everyone. It includes the first truly universal agreement on the international governance of artificial intelligence. It commits governments to establishing an independent international scientific panel on AI and initiating a global dialogue on its governance within the United Nations. The Global Digital Compact represents the first collective effort to reach agreed interoperability standards essential for consistent measurement. And it supports networks and partnerships to build capacity on AI in developing countries. And the Declaration on Future Generations echoes the call of the United Nations Charter to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, committing governments for the first time to taking the interest of our descendants into account in decisions we take today. Respect for human rights, cultural diversity, and gender equality are woven into all three agreements. In the face of a surge in misogyny and the rollback of women's reproductive rights, governments have explicitly committed to removing the legal, social, and economic barriers that prevent women and girls from fulfilling their potential in every sphere.
Excellencies, I welcome these three historic agreements, which mark a shift toward a pluralism that is more effective, more inclusive, and that is more network-based in its functioning. I fought for the ideas contained in these agreements since the very first day of my mandate, and I will be totally committed to their implementation until the very last day. We have unlocked the door. Now it is our common responsibility to walk through it. That requires not just agreement, but action. And today, I challenge you to take that action, to implement the pact for the future by prioritizing dialogue and negotiation, ending the wars that are tearing our world apart, and reforming the composition and working methods of the Security Council, to accelerate reforms of the international financial system, including at next year's conference on financing for development, to put humanity's best interests at the front and center of new technologies. Our success or failure hinges not on the adoption of agreements, but on our actions and their impact on the lives of the people that we serve. Excellencies, throughout my life, whether as an activist or at the United Nations, I have learned that people never agree on the past. To rebuild trust, we must start from the present and look toward the future. Throughout the world, people are hoping for a future of peace, dignity, and prosperity. They're crying out for global action to solve the climate crisis, tackle inequality, and address new and emerging risks that threaten everyone. And they see the United Nations as being essential to solving these challenges. All this was confirmed during the past 2 inspirational action days. The Summit of the Future sets a course toward international cooperation that can meet their expectations. Now we're taking these first important steps together, and I congratulate all member states for playing their part. Now, let's get to work. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary General. In accordance with Resolution 76/307, we will now hear from youth representatives. I now give the floor to Mr. Ghanim Mohammed Al Mufta from Qatar
falling down. Yes. Thank you, Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, and special guests. I am Ghanem Al-Muftah, a UN youth representative from Qatar and a political science graduate with a noteworthy passion for global rights for all. I am honored to meet you leaders, head of states, and individuals in high positions at the Summit of the Future. If you allow me, I will share some personal insights with you, but not as leaders, but as fathers, mothers, and guardians, family-focused people who care deeply about the future of all children and the generations that follow. The decisions that we make today are not just about policies and strategies. They are about shaping a world where all children can thrive in an inclusive, safe, and sustainable future. I am a perfect example of my parents' dreams for me 22 years ago. I stand before you here today, proudly representing hope from yesterday's dreams, which will continue to carry me to my future. I have been raised with strong family values, where our home model was built on believing in yourself to manifest confidence for your future. As a person with disability, I have learned that true progress comes not from overcoming personal challenges alone, but from how we, as a society, embrace each other's differences. As I look around the room, I don't see anyone else like me. But you have accepted my differences without prejudice, gender, nationality, race, or religion. You have accepted all of me. This must be the way we conduct our tomorrow, where inclusivity is a fundamental right, not a luxury, where every individual can contribute to the common good of the future, no matter our differences. It is my destiny to be born with disability. I chose to accept it, but sadly, there is no choice for children where wars and conflicts cause unnecessary injuries and lifelong disabilities. The future for these children and families can tear away hope. 22 years ago, when my mother was told that I was hopeless and going to die, she only listened to her heart. She wrote a book, I Am Here. 22 years later, I'm still here, sharing my life experiences to lend others hope and to give a voice to the unheard. There are more than 1 billion people with disabilities around the world. If they allow me, I unite with them to say, we raise our voices to stop these unexpected disabilities worldwide where peace is unseen. It is in our hands to stop this global trend of violences in Gaza and around the world. We must end the suffering today so that a clearer tomorrow can be seen. We are all leaders here. A leader's role is to listen to the people. We must understand what the people want and address their voices through platforms like this to drive meaningful change. The future belongs to our youth. We must ensure that they are prepared to take on leadership roles in order to be the change makers. You must be the change you wish to see in this world. I wish all distinguished delegates and special guests a successful summit as we move forward to a new day of possibilities. Thank you so much.
I thank I thank Mr. Al-Mufta. I now give the floor to Ms. Niria Alicia Garcia from the United States.
Tonansin, wait, Tonansin, wait, Tonansin, Tonansin, wait, Tonansin. With the permission of the Creator, the Lenape ancestors of these lands, and with the permission of your hearts, it is an honor to address you today, my dear relatives. First and foremost, I want to give thanks to the spirit world, to Father Sun, to Mother Earth, gratitude to the plants and animals, the sacred waters, the sacred places who gave humanity the sacred knowledge and understanding that made it possible for us to coexist in balance with creation for thousands of years. I bow to you and your ancestors, because we all descend from these good people who walked on Mother Earth in a good way. And I'm calling on them today for guidance. Why? Because our Mother Earth is hurting and she needs our help. Worldwide, our waters and sacred places are being desecrated. Corporate greed and war are pushing life to the verge of extinction. Global governments and politics are void of spirituality, of morality, and basic respect for life. My generation's hearts are breaking as we survive the impacts of climate disaster that could have been prevented. Breaking as we watch genocide of our Palestinian relatives live on our phones, despite the global call for a ceasefire. The Pact for the Future mentions words like sustainable development nearly 300 times, yet words like children, earth, and future generations are mentioned less than 60 times. This is green colonialism, and it needs to stop. Only one mention of local communities, 0 mentions of plants and animals, 0 mentions of frontline communities, and 0 mentions of indigenous rights. So I ask you today, do indigenous people still not exist to you? Are we not the stewards of 80% of the world's biodiversity? My relatives, I guarantee you that the continued exclusion of indigenous people, local and frontline communities, will inevitably lead to more destruction, pain, and suffering. Yet there is hope, because we are still here, and the world needs the leadership of indigenous people and of youth now more than ever. Collectively, we have the ancestral technologies, indigenous knowledges, and spiritualities to create real intergenerational solutions. Our cosmologies have the wisdom and power to guide humanity towards that good path again. But in order to do that, indigenous people must have equal representations as member states in all UN bodies. So I say to you today, global leaders, go home and ratify the United Nations declarations on the rights of indigenous people. Acknowledge and apologize and build authentic relationships with your indigenous people. Begin to meaningfully engage your youth. Go home and cut your military budgets and allocate those funds for climate solutions, to pay reparations, to pay for losses and damages we've experienced as a generation that is inheriting a devastated Mother Earth. Go home and ask your indigenous youth, respected elders, how much money we need to bring our solutions to life. And then go home and create the unrestricted funds to support indigenous people in implementing the sustainable development goals on our terms. Global leaders, go home and give indigenous people our land back. To my indigenous youth and children of the world, we are so desperately needed at this time. We must join forces with our respected elders and keep fighting for a livable future. Our generation's biggest responsibility in these times is to not give up and not give in to hopelessness. We must stand to protect the sacred. We must stand to protect our sacred fires, our ceremonies, our songs, our prayers. We must speak our language, wear our traditional clothes, and be proud of who we are. Make no mistake that we have the medicine that this world needs, and that with the help of creation, we will turn the tide for good for the next 7 generations of all life forms to come. Tlazo Kamati, O Meteo.
I thank Ms. Garcia. I now give the floor to Ms. Monica Malit from South Sudan.
Esteemed world leaders, excellencies, and distinguished guests, I am Monica Malit. It is both an honor and a privilege to address you today at the opening of the Summit of the Future. As I begin, my question to everyone today is, what encounters your eyes if you talk about the future? What voices overwhelms your ears? What test lies in your tongue? Of hope, of action, of collaboration, of inclusion, or of transformation? Our world is at crossroads, confronted by uncertainties and challenges that cross borders, regions, and communities. Among the most pressing issues are the escalating refugee crisis. If left unaddressed, this will destabilize societies, hinder growth, and sow divisions. Reflecting on my own experiences, living South Sudan with only one language to speak, I had to struggle in a class with people who were 3 years in class before me. Kenya, a land of refuge, turned to be a land of where I thrived. Through the gates of education, it's opened its heart. The University of Nairobi gave me a chance to rise, to lead, and to speak for the voiceless. Not just as a student, but as a student's president. A refugee crowned with the trust of a nation, my journey, not just of books and lectures, but of forging a future where the silent speak. With the right resources, I secured the Albert Einstein German Scholarship. The support of UNHCR and Kenya granted me access to education, to thrive, to pursue knowledge, and turn dreams into tangible realities. Now, the weight of my law degree, I stand as a voice for the youth, for the refugees, and for all those forgotten. Through my journey, I learned that it is not enough to receive degrees. We need to exemplify leadership for us to thrive. And we lose it out when we let the youth and the refugees especially go unnoticed, unsupported, and unchampioned for. The flight of refugees underscores our collective responsibilities. Individuals like me, displaced by conflict, environmental disasters, and economic uncertainties, seek refuge, security, and a chance for a better life, not to be pitied. It is our collective duty to provide not just immediate assistance, but also long-term, compassionate solutions that uphold the dignity of refugees and enable their meaningful contribution to the society. Education remains a powerful tool for progress regardless of the constant cut down in education funding across the world. It equips individuals with the skills and knowledge to navigate a complex world with limited opportunities. For developing nations and emerging economies, investing in education is crucial for sustainable growth. We must ensure that education is accessible, equitable, and aligned with the future workforce demands. And for this, I want governments and key stakeholders in the education sector to think big on funding for education. In a world where world leaders openly make negative comments about refugees, none of us chose to be a refugee, and anyone can become a refugee. Without peace, there can be no safety nor development. Without security, there can be no stability. Without stability, education falters and nations fail. As we embark on this journey, let's envision a world and a future where it is shaped by cooperations, understanding, and shared purpose. Let today mark the beginning of a deeper collaboration, stronger institutions, and renewed commitment to creating a world where every individual has the opportunity to thrive. And to our world leaders, I'm very grateful that I have a chance to stand before you today and address you directly. The gaps are growing wider. The structures are rusting. While you talk of reforms, our future deliberations must not be rehearsed platitudes, but revolutions of thoughts. This summit, this moment, it is supposed to mend the fractures in our trust, to build a future where cooperation thrives. And to the youth, the future is ours to forge, not theirs to cling to, not theirs to pass down like spoils of war, because there are those who went for the war but were left in the war. It belongs to the bold, those who speak, even when silence is expected. It belongs to those who demand more justice, more equity, and more humanity. Thank you so much.
I thank Ms. Malith. In accordance with Decision 78/564B, the opening segment also features statements by the President of the Republic of Namibia and the Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany in lieu of the national statements from the plenary list of speakers. I invite His Excellency Olaf Scholz, Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany, to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank all the previous speakers, especially the youth representatives, for their important input. It is for them, the youth around the world, that we have come together today. It is about their hopes for a better world. It's about their future. A special word of gratitude goes to you, Mr. President. Your leadership has proven of vital importance. At a time of great tension and uncertainty, we need the pact for the future more than ever. The previous speakers have already explained how deeply our fates are linked by the global challenges we are facing. War, climate change, poverty and hunger, impediments to free and fair trade, global health threats, technological developments such as AI, which, as well as huge opportunities, also harbor the potential for abuse and for exacerbating economic imbalances. The pact does not just acknowledge these challenges. It expresses our commitment to confronting them, not alone, not one by one, but together, East and West, North and South. The Pact for the Future can serve as a compass for us, a compass whose needle points towards more cooperation and partnership instead of towards more conflict and fragmentations. A compass guiding us to a more just, inclusive and cooperative world. The Pact shows our determination to restore trust in our common institutions. It shows that all the talk of division, polarization and uncertainty will not be the end of the story of the United Nations. Because we still cooperate. We are still placing trust in one another. We are still committed to the principles of the Charter. And we are still willing to treat each other with respect and fairness. Respect and fairness, these principles have also been guiding us, Namibia and Germany, as co-facilitators of this pact. We come from different continents. Our political and socio-economic situations differ. And yet we manage to work together as friends. Thank you, President Mbumba, for your friendship and for the excellent cooperation. I also wish to thank everyone who helped us to carry the negotiations so far. The text before us today is the achievement of the countless men and women who overcome fatigue, the occasional feeling of frustration, political and ideological divides to achieve this global consensus today. You have proved that multilateralism is alive, that we can find common ground. Let's take steps towards a world that is safe, just, equal, inclusive, sustainable, prosperous, and above all, peaceful. The pact outlines what those steps are, over 50 of them. Not only history would judge us if we didn't take them, but also young people around the world. The road is rocky, but what was that ever any different? Germany will extend its hand to anyone who wants to walk this road with us. Let's get moving. The future starts now. Thank you.
I thank the Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany. I invite His Excellency Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency Philemon Yang, 79th President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, UN Secretary General, Excellencies, Your Excellency Olaf Scholz, Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany, Representative of the Youth, distinguished delegates. Today we gathered at this Summit of the Future to adopt, and which we have done already, a pact for the future, which our countries painstakingly negotiated over the past 18 months. We all are differently impacted by the weight of this historic moment for our global community under the United Nations. There is an African proverb that says, and I quote, "Tomorrow belongs to the people who plan for it today," end of quote. The Summit of the Future is a pivotal moment in our quest to shape a brighter, more just, sustainable, and peaceful common future for all humanity. It is a further commitment to bequeath to the current and future generations a world at peace with itself, a world in which all countries and peoples are prosperous, and a world that is more loving, more inclusive, and tolerant. At this critical juncture, the scale and degree of compounding challenges of poverty, hunger, climate change, economic inequality, conflict, and public health crisis may seem unsurmountable. However, this summit equally presents a historic opportunity for the nations of the world to combine their strength and resources and confront these crises head-on. Today, the world is at a crossroad. One path leads to an environmental catastrophe, widening inequality, global conflict and destruction, and the rise of dangerous technologies that threaten our security and civil liberties. The other path offers hope. Hope for climate change, global peace, the eradication of poverty and hunger, and the responsible harnessing of digital technologies for the benefit of all humanity. Therefore, the Summit of the Future is a timely and urgent call to action, urging us to choose the path of peace, prosperity, and sustainable development for all. The world of 1945, when the United Nations was established in San Francisco to promote unity among nations under the rubric of we, the peoples, is contrastingly different from the world of 2024. So much has changed. As a result, we as leaders are once again called upon by destiny to come together and forge a brighter future for our peoples. To forge a brighter tomorrow for people and planet, we must be courageous to reform international organizations, including the United Nations and its Security Council. A new multilateralism, one that truly works, must rest on 4 key pillars of UN reform. First, the UN must empower nations and regions to adopt comprehensive pathways to provide economic opportunities and prosperity, underpinned by environmental sustainability. Second, the UN must strengthen global agreements and institutions to ensure the effective implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. Thirdly, the UN must be equipped to finance these goals through an innovative global financial architecture. Fourth, we must harness the incredible advancement in science and technology for the common good, while being ever vigilant against the misuse of innovation such as artificial intelligence, biotechnology, and geoengineering. The Pact for the Future set out key global priorities for humanity, which are sustainable development and financing, international peace and security, science, technology, and innovation, the empowerment of youth and future generations, and global governance. I extend heartfelt congratulations to the respective facilitators and all member states of the United Nations for this profound accomplishment. The Summit of the Future, under the able leadership of the permanent representatives of Germany and Namibia, has been a collective effort over the past 18 months to build consensus and restore trust, and to reinforce the principles of dialogue, cooperation, and shared responsibility. Excellencies, we need the UN because at the heart of this institution is a simple yet profound principle. Global problems require global solutions. It remains the most effective way to achieve peace, security, and prosperity. The Namibian government recognizes the profound significance of this summit for the future, for our planet, to meet the targets set forth in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Paris Agreement. Sustainable development must be our guiding principle, summarized by 5 Ps: people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnership. People signify our commitment to leave no one behind. Planet signifies the urgent need to live within planetary boundaries. Prosperity calls for extending the benefits of modern education and technology to all. Peace in the nuclear age requires nations to live together under international law and the UN Charter. Partnership between governments, civil society, and business are essential to achieving our shared goals. We must leave this summit with renewed commitments and concrete action plans to eradicate poverty, eliminate hunger, tackle climate change, and build a global economy that works for all. Future generations will judge us not by our words, but by our actions. Excellencies, guided by the principles of the UN Charter, we must reaffirm our commitment towards peaceful coexistence and shared development. We have the tools, the knowledge, and the opportunity to shape a better world. I am confident that together we can rise to the occasion and seize this moment in history for a brighter future that is peaceful, just, and sustainable. I thank you very much.
I thank the President of the Republic of Namibia. We have heard the last speaker for the opening segment. Before giving the floor to the first speaker on the list of speakers, delegations are reminded that statements are limited to 5 minutes for participating states and 3 minutes for other statements. Pursuant to Rule 72 of the Rules of Procedure, when a representative exceeds her or his allotted time, the President shall call the speaker to order without delay, which will be done by means of automatic microphone cutoff. In accordance with Resolution 72/313, the all protocol observed principle is recommended, whereby participants are encouraged to refrain from listing standard protocol expressions during their statements. I would like to appeal to speakers to deliver their statements at a reasonable pace so that interpretation into the other official United Nations languages may be provided properly. The list of speakers for each meeting shall be completed, and no speaker will be rolled over to the next meeting. Speakers who are not present when the speaking turn comes will be automatically moved to the next available speaking slot within the category at the same time. Finally, after the Secretary General's departure, the Secretary General's seat at the podium may be occupied by his representative. If I hear no objection, we shall proceed accordingly. It is so decided. Members are also reminded, in accordance with Resolution 76/307, 4 interactive dialogues will take place in the Trusteeship Council chamber in parallel to the plenary meetings. The first interactive dialogue has already started at 10 a.m. I invite His Excellency Julius Maada Bio, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, to address the Assembly.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, colleagues, heads of state and government, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the G7 plus countries, a group of nations bound together by a shared history of experiencing the horrors of conflict and the challenges of fragility, but with an unwavering commitment to peace, stability, resilience, and sustainable development. This summit represents an important moment for reflection, collective action, and renewed commitment to building a sustainable, just, and equitable future. As countries deeply affected by conflict and post-conflict circumstances, we understand all too well the cost of instability. The urgency of a united global response to build a future of peace, prosperity, and justice is a shared responsibility that cannot be overstated. For us, these challenges are neither theoretical nor distant. They are the stark reality that we contend with every day. Our countries have endured and continue to endure fragility, conflict, and violence. Still, we stand here united as by a shared hope and common purpose, the pursuit of sustainable peace and development. Today, we stand at the crossroads of history. As this summit of the future has offered us an opportunity to adopt the Pact of the Future, a transformative roadmap for a more inclusive, secure, and sustainable world. This pact gives us hope and inspiration for a better future. Mr. President, allow me to put forward 6 points to help in situating the G7 plus countries in the pact for the future implementation. 1, the call for national ownership and inclusive government. The G7 plus was founded on the principle that peace and development must be driven from within. We advocate for national ownership of development processes and insist
that efforts to address fragility must be grounded in dialogue, reconciliation, and inclusive governance. 2, promoting sustainable development in conflict-affected countries. The SDGs represent a shared vision for a better world. But for the G7+ countries, progress remains hindered by persistent challenges of fragility. Sustainable development and financing for development is essential towards addressing the unique needs of fragile and conflict-affected states. Therefore, we call for increased international cooperation, innovative financing mechanisms, and tailored approaches to ensure that no country is left behind. 3, fostering international peace and security. International peace and security form the bedrock of global development. For countries recovering from conflict, achieving peace is not a singular event, but a continuous process of strengthening institutions, promoting the rule of law, and addressing the root causes. I thank the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone. I invite His Excellency Rashad Mohammed Al-Alimi, President of the Presidential Leadership Council of the Republic of Yemen, to address the Assembly.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim.
Excellencies, Majesties, Your Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, I value this opportunity to address you today at such an important event where we together renew our joint commitment to the principles of international solidarity, mutual respect, and close cooperation. These are the principles upon which this organization was founded. Ladies and gentlemen, Yemen's experience over the past decade has been full of suffering and difficult challenges caused by the war by the Iranian-backed terrorist Houthi militias, which have wreaked havoc and caused destruction in many aspects of life. Therefore, our priorities may seem different from those of most of your countries, especially those countries that enjoy peace and stability. However, our aspirations are unified in that we hope for a prosperous future that all of our peoples deserve. Yemen today is one of the greatest humanitarian crises in the world, and it is further hindered by the aspects of war on all aspects of its the repercussions of war on all aspects of its life, including its inability to fulfill the SDGs and achieve sustainable development. However, despite these great challenges, the Yemeni people remain steadfast and determined in their quest for a better future. The reason for this steadfastness is the result of the strength of our people, men and women, in confronting these militias, and the constant support that the Yemeni government is receiving from the coalition to support legitimacy under the leadership of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates and their regional and international partners, as well as funding organizations and agencies, especially the IMF and the World Bank. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, amidst these difficulties and these disasters, I would like to deliver to you some good news that we have witnessed recently. Our efforts have recently succeeded in contracting the international Starlink company to provide satellite internet services to our citizens, so that Yemen is one of the pioneering countries in the region in offering this service. And we are relying on this service to enhance the exchange of information and the spreading of knowledge in order for women, young women and men to achieve and receive education remotely, and to prevent them from being recruited towards violence and extremism. And I wanted to tell you this because we are working on dealing with the war and in creating hope, and we are doing this by working in three different aspects. First of all, we are trying to confront violence and aggressive thought and extremism. Second, we are trying to remedy the severe repercussions of the wars. And third, we are seeking to keep up with the future as much as possible, because we believe that the generations that were born in conflict have the right to grow up with better futures for peace and development and prosperity. We take part in the Summit of the Future today, and we are full of hope that we can prove that with your support and encouragement, that countries that are going through conflict and institutional fragility, these countries are able to keep up with international progress as long as the necessary innovative thought is there to keep up with the rest. The Presidential Leadership Council has been working with the government for the past two years to keep up with the Summit of the Future agenda in terms of enhancing technology in the world as a human right, or through empowering women and youth, for whom we have launched an ambitious program to develop skills in the temporary capital Aden, as well as an expanded conference that was held in Taas dealing with this topic. Despite the war and the financing crisis that was exacerbated by the terrorist Houthi attacks on oil installations, we are achieving amazing steadfastness with the support of our brothers in fulfilling our requirements and in putting forth ideas and projects that would achieve a certain degree of sustainability. Here we are working with members of the international community to put together a strategy on Yemen that is based on moving from relief to sustainable development, and in dealing seriously with the agenda of youth and the future, just as we care for the agenda to end the conflict and achieve a comprehensive peace. In Yemen, the humanitarian crisis is growing larger because of the climate change. Our country is dealing with extreme climate aspects such as drought and flood and rising temperatures. The microphone has been cut off.
I thank the President of the Presidential Leadership Council of the Republic of Yemen I invite His Excellency Luis Inácio Lula da Silva, President of the Federative Republic of Brazil, to address the Assembly.
I would like to thank the Secretary General
Shana manane sana Shana manana mayana saka Dibi diba dia duda kandia da basha I'll put you in front of my melody. You are all that matters. You are all that matters. I'll make room for two. You and I, Jesus. You are all that matters. You are all that matters. Oh, hey, oh. You are all that matters. Oh, hey, oh, hey. You are all that matters. Oh, hey, oh, hey. You are all that matters. Nanya mana sasa. What would I live for if I don't have you in my life? What would I gain if you take the Holy Ghost? What would I become of me if I didn't see your light? What would I be said of me if you didn't hold my hand? Now I've come to realize that you are all I have. You are all that matters. You are all that matters. Hey, I'll put you in front of my melody. You are all that matters. I'll make room for two. You and I, Jesus. You are all that matters. You are all that matters. Is it the house or is it the car? I'll give them all to you. Is it the name or is it the fame? I'm nothing without you. What would I become of me if I didn't see your light? What would have been said of me if you didn't hold my hands? Now I've come to realize that you are all I have. You are all that matters. I'll put you in front of my melody. You are all that matters. I just believe us in the house tonight. I'll make room for two. You and I, Jesus. You are all that matters. You are all that matters. You are all that matters, Jesus. I wish I could hear you sing it out. Oh, well, oh, well, oh, well, oh. You are all that matters. If it matters to you tonight, can you lift up those hands and speak in other tongues and blast in other tongues as you worship the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, the one who made all things new, the one who made it possible for us to be here today. Jesus. Pili kutukutigana Can you lift up your hands and begin to speak in other tongues tonight? I wish you can say things, mystical things to God tonight. Tell him that is all that matters to you. Tell him that silver or gold cannot take his place. Tell him sweet things tonight. I thank God for those who are worshiping. Open up your mouth to Jesus. Open up your mouth and lift up your voice. I want to hear people tonight who are ready to take the name of Jesus. As for me and my household, we will serve the Lord. No matter what men bring to me. Oh, Shalabayonanos.
Oh, can we begin to have koinonia tonight? Can we begin to have koinonia tonight? Can I hear people tonight who want to speak mysteries? I'll make room for two. The power of God is so heavy in this place. The spirit of the prophetic. Now begin to talk to God. Now begin to tell him what you need. Open up your mouth and let him fill you. Out of the belly, out of your belly shall flow rivers of living waters. Can you open up your mouth tonight? What will I live for if I don't have you in my life? What will I gain if you take the Holy Ghost? Can you lavish your worship tonight? We didn't come to get familiar with Jesus. We came to love on him tonight. You are all that matters. Everybody sing it in. Oh, oh. You are all that matters. Jesus. Holy Ghost. Sing it from your heart now. You are all. 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 Chandandia jaejo. Tiki tiki patukupo tiki tiki patokoto tade. Betukumenanya na patakumeneno. Sete kepetonga, sete paloko, epelondiba diba namasitata. Hey, they will bring their houses, they will bring their money. I don't want. All I want is Jesus. All I want is the Holy Ghost. All I want is this kingdom be made manifest on the earth. Put you in front of my destiny. You are all that matters. Oh, I'll make room for two. You and I, Jesus. You are all that matters. Yeah. I'll put you in front of, in front of my destiny. You are all that matters. All that matters. I'll make room for two. You and I, Jesus. You are all that matters. In 1 minute, open up your mouth and talk to Jesus.
Lord, it is me, the one you saved. Lord, it is me.
Blessed are those who are desperate for
I
you.
am desperate for you.
Hunger and thirst for you. Yeah.
I am desperate for you. Lord, it is me, the one you love. Lord, it is me.
You died for my sins and you love.
Lord, it is me,
oh
the
God.
one you saved. Lord, it is me.
Oh God.
I am desperate for you.
Desperate for you, Jesus. Deliberately desperate for you. Deliberately desperate.
I am desperate for you.
Lord, it is me, the one you love. Lord, it is me. Lord, it is me, the one you said. I am here again, oh. I am desperate for you, God. Kenema. I am desperate for your love, desperate for you. Why we open arms? And maybe this, the one where you value. Now maybe this God, you don't become my mama. You don't become my papa, but I'm here with this. We are here. We are here. No. We are here. Yes, you said. Oh. Open to your God, open to your God. We are open to you. Anamale Shataba. Lord, we are here. Jesus, the Son of God. We know who saved us. We know who saved us. We know who loves us. You know my name. You know where I come from. You are working things for me. Working out things for me. I'm not alone. I'm not alone. I know you're right before me, Jesus. I'm desperate for you, Lord.
Are you ready to proclaim the victory that Jesus has given you? God of vengeance has won my battle for me. God of miracle has won my battle for me. God of vengeance has won my battle for me. I'm a winner man, I'm a winner man. He has won my battle for me. I'm a winner man, I'm a winner man. He has won my battle for me. God of vengeance,
God of vengeance has won my battle for me.
long ago,
God of miracle has won my battle for me.
yeah.
God of vengeance has won my battle for me.
See, God of miracle,
God of miracle has won my battle for me.
who
Alabarandia. Hey, he entered him. He took the keys. He gave me all. I'm free indeed. He entered him. He took the keys. He gave me all. I'm free indeed.
He entered him. He took the keys. He gave me all. I'm free
entered him.
He entered him. He took the keys. He gave me all. I'm free indeed. He entered him. He took the keys. He gave me all. I'm free indeed. He entered him. He took the keys. He gave me all. I'm free indeed.
Only you deserve the worship from my heart. Only you deserve the worship of my heart. Yeah. Say, only you deserve
the worship from my heart.
See, because of the things you do.
Only you deserve the worship from my heart.
Who deserves your worship,
Only you
Lord?
deserve the worship from my heart.
I wish I could hear you sing, Lord.
Only you deserve the worship from my heart.
'Cause he entered hell. He entered hell. He took the key. He gave me all. I'm free indeed. He entered hell. He took the keys. He gave me all. I'm free indeed.
He entered him. He took the keys. He gave me all. I'm free indeed. He entered him. He took the keys. He gave me all. I'm free indeed.
God of vengeance has won my body for me. God of miracles.
God of miracles has won my battle for me.
My God of vengeance.
God of vengeance has won my battle for me.
Hey, God of vengeance.
God of miracles has won my battle for me.
Who are you?
I'm a winner man.
Oh, yeah,
I'm a winner man. He has won my battle for me.
Who are you? I'm a winner man.
I'm a
Hey.
winner man. He has won my battle for me.
Who are you?
I'm a winner man.
Oh, yeah, nah. Shalabara, dalabara, tike. Who are you? Hey. Ah. Hey, hey, hey. Can you begin to open up your mouth and begin to love this on Jesus? He has won his head. One. Hey. I wish I could hear you say. What did he do? He won it for me. He won it for me. What did he do for you? Say. What did he do for you? Hey. God of vengeance. God of vengeance.
Won my battle for me.
What did all say?
God of miracles has won my battle for me.
God of vengeance.
God of vengeance has won my battle for me.
God of miracles.
God of miracles has won my battle for me.
Hey, I'm a winner man. Come on.
I'm a winner man. He has won my battle for
I
me.
want to sing with understanding. Sing with understanding. Let them hear it. Hey, who are you? I'm a winner man. Say.
I'm a winner man. He has won my battle for
Now
me.
begin to worship and begin to open up your mouth and begin to lavish. He has won it all. He made a public show. Ratakabalata. That means sickness, disease has no place in your body again. This is the confidence. This is the confidence we have. He has won it. Say. One. Hey, say. Oh yeah, sing, say. One. Say. God of vengeance has won my heart. God of miracle has won my heart. God of second chance has won my battle. Say to that devil, I'm a winner man. Let your situation share the sea. I'm a winner man. I feel you can say it again. Come on, I'm a winner man. Say, I'm a winner man. Hey. Sing with an understanding. Let him hear you say, I'm a winner man. I need no call. You didn't come here to joke. You came to proclaim. Say, I'm a winner man. Oh my God. Who are you? Say, I'm a winner man. He entered, he took the keys, he gave me all, I'm freely. He entered, he took the keys. God of vengeance has won my battle. God of miracle has won my battle for me. I'm a winner man. Yes, he has won my battle for me. I'm a winner man. He has won my battle for me. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Halapara Baso Varis Amale Gamalelo. Lord, I wanna know you better than I know. Teach me, Lord, to know your way, to know your truth. Lord, I want to know you better than I know my weakness. Teach me, Lord, to know your way, to know your truth. Oh Lord, Lord, I wanna know you. This is my letter to you. Better than I know me. Please, Lord, teach me, Lord, to know your ways, to know your truth. Lord, I want to know you. Lord, I wanna know you. Better than I know me. Teach me, Lord, teach me, Lord, to know your ways, to know your truth. Lord, I want to know you. Lord, I want to know you. Better than I know me. Teach me, Lord. Teach me, Lord, to know your ways, to know your truth. Lord, I want to know you. Lord, I want to know you. Better than I know me. Better than I know me. Teach me, Lord, to know your ways, to know your truth. Rid me, Lord. Rid me of the pride of this world, so that I can see you clearly. Teach me, Lord, to know your ways. Strip me of the pride, Lord. Strip me of the pride of this world, so that I can see you clearly. Oh, my heart's crying. Teach me, Lord, to know your ways. Hey, strip me, Lord. Strip me of the pride of this Rabalato. Shilibaron likombre dendia tangaladia. This is my heart cry, Lord. Calling, I will answer. Drawing, I will come. Lord my God, oh, I keep on calling. Ibarongia, calling, I will answer. Oh, keep on drawing, I will come. Keep on calling. Father, keep on drawing, Allah. Drawing, I will come. When you call on me, I'll answer, Lord. Keep on calling, I will answer. Keep on drawing, drawing, I will come. Please keep on calling. Don't matter to me. Teach me, Lord, to know your way, to know your. Lord, I wanna know you better than I know me. Teach me, Lord, to know your way, to know your truth. I just wanna be where you are. Nothing stopping me from you, Lord. Teach me, Lord, to know your way, to know your truth. Lord, I want to know you, Lord. Lord, I want to know you. This is my heart cry. Better than I know me. This is my deepest cry. Teach me, Lord, to know your ways, to know your truth. Lord, I want to know you. Teach me, Lord, to know your way, to know your truth. I just want to be where you are. Nothing stopping me. Teach me, Lord, to know your patterns, to know your ways. Rid me of this pride. Rid me of the problems of my heart. Teach me, Lord, to know your way, to know your truth. 'Cause you keep calling, calling, I will answer. Keep on drawing, drawing, I will come. Keep on calling, calling, I will answer. Keep on drawing, drawing, I will come. Lord, I want to know you. better than I know how to fast and pray. Teach me, Lord, to know your will, to know your truth. Lord, I want to know you better than I know. Teach me, Lord, to know your will, to know your truth. We've been hearing things all around the world. We hear things, preachers, and things all around the world. But we want to hear you. We want to hear you. We want to have an experiential knowledge of you, Jesus. So keep on drawing me till I come forth. Hey, yeah. Keep on drawing me till I come forth. Till I show forth the light that is inside of me. Keep on drawing me to you, Lord. Keep on calling me tomorrow. Lord, I want to know you better than I know you. Teach me, Lord, to know your way, to know your truth. This is my heart. Can you begin to lavish worship? Tell him you want to know him. Tell him you want to know him. Tell him, oh. Tell him you want to know him. More than they know how to sing, more than they know how to pray. There are deeper dimensions in the things we don't see. So that I can see you clearly. Thank you, Jesus. Hallelujah. Eshalika korosi brandokia. I am your own. I am your own. Till the day you will come. Jesus, I am your own. I am your own. I am your own. Till the day you will come. Jesus, I am your own. You are my everything. You are my standard. Till the day you will come again. Jesus, I am your own. I am your own. I am your own. Oh, till the day you will come again. Jesus, I am your own. You are my melody. You are my standard. Till the day Christ will come. Ashana milu braniko. I am your own. I am your own. Oh, till the day you will come. Jesus, I am your own. You are my melody. You are my standard. Till the day you will come. me now, where will I go? If you leave me now, where will I stand? Oh, Jesus, Jesus, you are my anchor for life. Oh, if you leave me now, where will I go? If you leave me now, where will I stand? Oh, Jesus, 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 you are my anchor, life. Oh, I am your own. I am your own till the day you will come. Jesus, I am your own. I am your own. I am your own till the day you will come. Jesus, I am your own. You are my melody. You are my standard till the day you will come. Jesus, I am your own. If you leave me now, where will I go? If you leave me now, where will I stand? Oh, Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. Ororo zibra nubade. If you leave me now, where will I go? If you leave me now, where will I stand? Oh, rabaladaya baradaya. If you leave me now, where will I go? If you leave me now, where will I stand? Oh, Jesus, Jesus. Aliado pandiada laba kombre diadas. If you leave me now, where will I go? Who will help me if I fall? Till the day you will come. Jesus, I am yours. I am yours, Lord. Nobody else owns me. Till the day you will show again. If you let me go, where will I go? If you let me go, where will I stand? Oh, Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. If you leave me now, where will I go? If you leave me now, where will I stand? Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. Oh, I am yours, Lord, from the beginning to the end. Oh, Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. I won't take you away from the equation. I won't take you away from my life. Oh, Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. If you leave me now, where will I go? If you leave me now, where will I stand? Oh, Jesus, Jesus, Jesus.
Today is a new day. It will bring brand new blessings and brand new battles. But within every uncertainty, there is hidden possibility. So I don't dread any challenge that lies ahead, because I remember all the victories behind. And my confidence is not in my circumstance. The Spirit of God is my supply. I'm steady under pressure, and I'm ready for whatever, because whatever comes my way today, the outcome is I overcome. Christ is in me. I am enough. I can handle it. I can't afford to stay afraid or let my faith hesitate. My purpose is at stake, and he who called me is faithful. His strength in me is greater. than any pain I feel or enemy I face. The promise of God is mine for the taking. Every plan He has made is guaranteed to come to pass. It will happen. If I don't back down, if I won't let go, it will happen. If I don't stop short, if I won't sell out, it will happen by faith. But faith doesn't take the fear away. It teaches me to fight it. So bring the battle. I'm ready now. I got something for Goliath. I can handle it. My power flows from presence, so I won't stay stuck in what was or worry about what will be. My regrets have been redeemed, and my tests have become my lessons. My focus is fixed, and my heart is expectant. I'm set. I'm not nervous about what's next, cause my eyes are on the throne. I trust the one who's in complete control, the one who already knows how He's gonna work it according to His purpose. Even the worst situations are sure to turn in my favor. If I keep moving forward, keep moving toward Him, God is with me in this moment, and whatever happens, I can handle it. I know my help comes from above, so if fear insists on knocking, I'll meet it at the door. Life might give me bad news, but I've still got a good report. I can handle it. If I fall, if I fail, I'll handle it. Grace will give me what it takes to carry on. I can handle it. I have humbled myself under the mighty hand of God. Christ is in me. I am enough. And when the time is right, He'll lift me up. Till then, the lion may roar, but I see His leash, so I keep moving forward. Cause I've been down before, but my hope knows how to bounce back from rock bottom. What I need, God's got it. And I'm stronger, I'm better, it's settled. I'm ready, I'm focused, I'm hopeful, no hiding. I'm ready, I'm stronger, I'm better, it's settled. I'm ready, I'm focused, I'm hopeful, no hiding. I'm ready, I'm stronger, I'm better, it's settled. I'm ready, resilient, dependent, I know He'll deliver. I'm strong and courageous. The one who is able is greater than all. Bring it on, in His name, I can handle it.
Jehovah, what am I? song that I sing. You are the joy within my soul. Jesus, I will always boast of you. Heart of worship and bow to you, Jehovah.
Can somebody give God a shout of praise tonight? Lift up your voices and give God a shout of praise tonight. I need every person who's walking in faith to lift up your voices and say it. I'm no longer a slave to fear. Every child of God, lift up your voices. Woo! 'Cause I'm no longer a slave to fear. Say it with me. 'Cause I am a child of God. One more time, say it. I'm no longer a slave to fear. For I am a child of God. You unravel me with a melody. You surround me with a song. Come on, sing. Of deliverance from my enemies, till all my fears are. Let's do that one more time. You unravel me, say it loud. You unravel me with a melody. You surround me with a song. Woo! Deliverance from my enemies. Hey! Till all my fear. Now let's shout it out. Say I'm no longer a slave. I'm no longer a slave to fear. Why? Because I am a child of God. Say it again. I'm no longer a slave to fear. For I am a child. I love this next verse. It just says, from my mother's womb, you have chosen me. You have called me by my name. And I've been born again into your family. Hey! Your blood runs through my veins. You got it from my mother's womb. From my mother's womb. You have chosen me. Your love name of Jesus. There is power in the name of Jesus. There is power in the name of Jesus. Say to break every chain, break every chain, break every chain. Woo! Say, to break every chain, break every chain, break. Every hand lifted right here, say there's an army. There's an army rising. Come on, army of the Lord, declare there's an army. There's an army rising. Raise it up, say there's an army. There's an army rising up. Now shout it real loud, say to break every chain, to break every chain, break every chain, break every chain. Say to
all of me. And you are my Lord and King, and I give you everything I have. All of me. Help me say, you are my God and King, and I give you everything I have. Yeah, it belongs to you. All of me. Yeah, sing it again. You are my Lord and King, and I give everything I have, my time, my love, my devotion. All of me, it belongs to you, God, because I know you are my King, and I owe you all. Every bit of me, my heart, my soul, my everything, and my praise to you I sing, because I owe you everything. I owe you everything. My heart, my soul belongs to thee. For you are my God. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. And I give you everything, everything I have. All of me. I present my body to you, God. Oh, you are. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. And I give you everything I am. It belongs to you, Jesus. For you are my God and King, and I give you everything I have. All of me.
trust.
I trust in you.
I believe, say it, everybody say it.
I believe you.
I trust.
I trust
Come on.
in you. Oh, Lord,
Y'all got your part over here. I can't hear you. Come on, say it. I trust. Say it.
in you.
I believe, say it.
I believe.
You are the God of miracles.
You are the God of miracles.
You are the God of wonders.
You are the God of
You are the God of powerful.
You are the God of power.
I believe, say it. I believe.
I believe.
Say it, say it, say it.
I believe. I believe. I believe.
Now everybody get radical for 30 seconds. Come on, dance on the devil's head. Come on, come on. Come on. Y'all ain't radical enough over here. Balcony, I can't feel ya. Move your feet. Everybody, let's go. I see you back there. Balcony, y'all gotta come on. Hey, come on. So long, Baba. So long, Baba. Come on, y'all, help me say it.
Goodbye to my pain and my sorrow.
So long.
So long,
Y'all catch it, everybody. Come on, say it. So long.
Baba.
Everybody in the building, raise up, say it.
So long, Baba.
Goodbye to my pain and my sorrow.
Goodbye to my pain and my sorrow.
Let's go.
So long, Baba.
One more time, everybody in the building, say so long. So long.
Baba.
Hey, come on.
So long, Baba.
Goodbye to my pain.
Goodbye to my pain and my sorrow.
So long.
So long, Baba.
Just one more time in the balcony, everybody say it. Say it.
So long, Baba.
So long, Baba.
So long, Baba.
Goodbye to my pain and my sorrow.
Goodbye to my pain and my
Hello and welcome to Public Square. This is the program that brings you conversation on topical issues. I'm Howard Williams, and in this program we shall be taking a look at the recent Shell disaster and efforts to address the underlying causes. This is Public Square. Be back after a short break. Thank you for continuing to stay with us. This past week, 16th September, has been an unpleasant one for many in Freetown, made unpleasant by the collapse of a 7-story building at Shell New Road in the eastern part of Freetown. The disaster has seen the loss of lives for few survivors, while rescue efforts are still ongoing for the trapped victims. This situation has cast a lot of questions on issues around country planning, around the issuance of building permits, architecture and engineering construction. For more conversation on the issue, I have a panel of guests who are going to help us go through the situation, starting with the Ministry of Lands. Mr. Slbc Tv is the Director of Country Planning in the Ministry of Lands and Country Planning. Good afternoon and welcome to Public Square.
Yeah, good afternoon and thank you
also
for having me here.
Thank you very much, thank you very much, thank you very much. We also have the Western Area Coordinator of the National Disaster Management Agency, NDMA. He is Mr. Gerald King. Good afternoon and welcome to the program, Mr. King.
Yeah, good afternoon, viewers. I'm happy to be here.
Yes, we're expecting the Public Relations Officer from the Freetown City Council, but meanwhile we have the President of the Sierra Leone Institution of Engineers, Engineer Oba Jones. Welcome to Public Square, Engineer Jones.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me, and good afternoon to all the viewers.
We'll start with Engineer Jones. What is your view on the situation there at Shell? Is it something that you had earlier made observations about? Did it take you by surprise? What is your prognosis on the situation there?
Well, we've been having, building collapses in the last couple of months. Mostly has been due to flooding. I mean, this one, I must say, did kind of take us, a little bit by surprise. Maybe because of the nature of the disaster and, the number of fatalities that are involved. I mean, I think this is the highest number in terms of buildings that have collapsed, recently. So yes, I would say that it took us, a little bit by surprise.
Okay, now let's go over to the NDMA, Mr. King. What is your prognosis on the situation? Did it take you by surprise? Did you see it coming?
Well, thank you. As we all know, and usually we do prepare for the rains. When we are approaching the rains, we do our risk reduction activities, our forecast for the season. And we did not really envisage that we're going to have this kind of massive spate of building collapse, because all we are embarking on was the flood mitigation activities across the city. And what is happening now is a new phenomenon that we really are bracing up towards.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, and now over to the representative from the Ministry of Lands, the Director of Country Planning, Mr. Slbc Tv. What was your take on the situation there at the eastern part of Freetown? Is it due to congestion, or did country planning have anything to do with the disaster that occurred?
Thank you very much. Firstly, I want to say that the disaster that we are facing now and the planning problems that we are facing now is an inherited one. Yeah, and it is due to our old laws and outdated planning laws, and then the absence of structural plans, and then the absence of the building code that dictates as to how buildings are supposed to be constructed, and then there are so many other factors, yeah. And I think we've been bracing for incidents like these. That is why we are now pushing forward to see how best we can review the Town and Country Planning Act that has outdated penalties, and then also that it does not give enough power to the council to participate in planning, and so many other factors and so many other gaps. We are now addressing them, and also the absence of plans. Also, we are also addressing that one again, and the building code also that is responsible for standards as far as the erection of structures are concerned. Of course, we are also working on that again. So for us, I think it took us by surprise. We are not expecting a magnitude of a disaster like this, but we are also planning to avert future disasters. That is why I told you earlier on that we are trying to review the Town and Country Planning Act, doing structural plans, and then we are also trying to see how best we can work on the building code.
Okay, two things there that you mentioned which might sound a little bit technical for the audience. You mentioned the structural plans and the building code. Could you elaborate on those two aspects just a little bit before we go over to Engineer Oba Jones?
Yes, thank you very much. Of course, there's no way you can control development without what we call a master plan. I think I can break it to that degree, for them to understand. I mean a master plan, a plan that will dictate how we develop our cities, how we develop our towns. That is what I meant by structural plans. We are doing structural plan for the western area, and then we are doing for six other secondary cities. We've been controlling development without plans all this while. That is why maybe we are facing disasters like this. But in the near future, I want to believe it will be something of the past. Okay,
and you said the building code.
Can you elaborate
on that?
Yes, the building code is meant to dictate the standards as to how buildings are to be constructed, what elements are supposed to be in buildings, how we should supervise these buildings. So the building code is there for us to know what structural elements we should look out for whenever they are constructing buildings, and what we should look out for so that the building will be safe.
Do we have them, or are they in development?
Oh, we don't have them.
We don't have them?
Yeah, we are only developing them now.
Okay, and I would ask you, before going again to Engineer Jones, do you plan to involve engineers themselves in the design of a future building code?
Yes, there's no way we can do a building code without getting engineers involved. Planners, they normally say that we are jack of all trades, but we are no master of any. We try to bring all the actors in the environment. We bring them together and make sure that their plans speak to each other. And whatever development we are doing, we make sure that they are safe. And one entity that is responsible for safety of development is the Sierra Leone Institute of Engineers. Engineers, obviously, we cannot do a building code without involving engineers and then involving architects.
Okay. Well, fortunately for us, we do have the president of the Sierra Leone Institute of Engineers with us in the studio. Is Engineer Oba Jones. Engineer, what would be the first step, do you think? We've just spoke about building code. What would be the first step for the engineers to undertake to bring such a plan into reality?
Well, obviously, we might want to look at other building codes, particularly within the region, and see, how much we can compare and how much we can extract, from them. But as the director has said, this is something that we need to work in unison, with them in trying to develop it. Although, as he has admitted, we don't have a building code at the moment. So, this is an important step, definitely, in going forward, because, that will definitely serve in terms of establishing the standards that we want, buildings, particularly multi-story buildings, to be constructed in this country.
Okay. Now, two things you mentioned. The need to look at other building codes, perhaps looking at it in the context that Freetown is a capital city in the economic community of West African states. And I know that you have traveled. You perhaps have seen many other capital cities. Let's go to neighboring cities like Abuja, Accra. Perhaps you would see some semblance of a plan or structural codes being implemented there. And for Sierra Leone and we have limited land space. We don't have too much of a flat land where our capital city is located. We're located on a slope that is descending into the Atlantic Ocean. So that has its own environmental factors. And we cannot actually spread out as a city, but high-rise construction is becoming the mode right now because of the limited land area. So people are building up rather than out. So the need is really for Freetown to look like a capital city, just like Accra or Abuja, and still maintain its own character as Freetown.
I don't think we have an option. It's not do we think we can. I think it's a question of we have to work with the Ministry of Lands because it's in the best interest of all the parties and agencies that are involved in trying to find mitigating and recommendations, taking these sort of issues forward.
Okay. Now we are going to go to NDMA because you are right there on the scene when such things happen. Take us back a little bit. What really happened? How did the process go when, from the time you first got news of the disaster to the time that you were able to get a response onto the ground there?
Well, it all started, it all occurred on Monday, the 16th of September, 2024. And we've scaled up our communication strategies where we are using now our 1199 free toll number. And fortunately, somebody was able to get through one of the calls, and we got the alert that this incident has occurred. So without wasting any time, building collapsed. Until when we reach at the scene, then we know that this is something we coordinate the efforts through with our partners, the engineering, the gentle group of companies, with few other private sectors. We galvanize them, bring them together to see how best we could activate the search and rescue operations. And at first it was chaotic because people were crying all over the place, shouting there and there as to their relatives being trapped under the rubble. So, but because we are focused and we know exactly the situation that we are dealing with, we had to at least restore public order through the police, the Sierra Leone police and the military, barricaded the entire environment to at least have some decorum so that we can focus on the search and rescue operations. That day we were able to rescue 6 people alive from the rubble, and it continues from then. Bringing all other partners started coming in, the Sierra Leone, a group of other private sectors came in to give their support. So this is exactly what the NDMA does in a situation like this. We coordinate the efforts from all the partners and all the relevant stakeholders that are supposed to at least bring in their expertise to at least make the operation successful. Bring in fire force, the EDSA, call them to put up the lights around the communities. And it's been, today is 6-7 days now so far in the operations, and we are at least getting gradually to the end of the operations. Yeah.
It's very remarkable, especially that you were able to rescue a handful of civilians from the wreckage there. It was very remarkable, and you must be commended. I'm sure everybody is commending you. We have the number on the screen where you can send your text messages to. But let me ask you, Mr. King, when you respond to such disasters, what is the first thing that clicks in your mind as a disaster response responder? What is it that
well, when we
the emotions?
Yes, quite emotional. So when we get those information, our main motive, our main goal is to save lives and property. That is our main goal that we are going in for. So when we see a situation like that, it becomes emotional, and we have to really emphasize on coordinating all the resources and all the efforts that we could, so that at least we can be able to rescue more lives and also save properties. So these are the things that come to mind. We know there are emotional things that will be coming in. People will be crying all over the place. There will be different opinions that there are people are out there, let's come and check this place. But we have to make sure that we have a central command control so that we at least characterize how the operation is going. But the most important thing is to get all the efforts from all the partners, all the players together. That is the most important thing that comes to mind at that moment.
Did you learn any lessons? Because unfortunately, this is not a situation where the city looks like, I could say, Beirut or Gaza. Yeah. This is just like very abrupt.
Yeah.
You've hardly ever seen such a thing.
Yeah.
But being that it happened, do you have anything that you learned or could do better the next time, having experienced this?
Yes. Of course, like the engineer stated, quite a recent time over the few months, we've been having this kind of situation, building collapse. But what we've been concentrating more in the area of equipment was to use the excavator. looking at the topography where we had those previous incidents, we really didn't know that a situation like this that has to do with that kind of area, it's a steep, like a slope, a deep slope. So we were thinking of, like, let's call the excavator, but you know, it was like a bit of confusing as to how the excavator was going down to that place to start the rescue operation, until it occurred to us that we need excavator at some stage, but for now, at that moment, let's try to have the cranes. So these are some of the things we are learning. It's a new phenomenon, really, and we are rising up to the occasions as we go along with it. And we know this. We are praying for this to be the last, but by the look of situation, we are not sure that this is going to be the last, because there are a whole lot of other issues that are coming up with regards to similar situation like this. People building in waterways, people building in hazardous areas, and we know in no distant future these issues are bound to occur. So that is what we are bracing up towards now with our partners. We have the engineering sector, we have the Ministry of Lands. We are working together to see how best we are at least tighten up ourselves to be responding to issues of such.
Okay. All of what you have said has definitely some engineering implications. I'm sure the president of the Sierra Leone Institute of Engineers was listening attentively. So what are the engineering implications now? Because as our colleague cited, it was a location, a disaster location where the building was located on a deep slope. How do you build on such a precipice, an acute angle like that? How does the engineering look like for such a situation? Because many structures are built accordingly along that passageway, that line, and it seems as if there are going to be the risk of more similar disasters coming up. Climate change, you know.
Yeah. Firstly, I mean, one of the things that needs to be considered from the engineering aspect when you're putting up a building structure, particularly a multi-structure building, is the soil foundation, right? Well, the condition of the soil, because you need to determine the bearing capacity of the soil to make sure that it can carry whatever type of structure that you want to. I mean, what we're learning now is that this building was a dump site in the first place. So in all reality, I mean, a building of that nature should never have been put up in the first place. All right. So I mean, part of the investigation, I mean, stories are coming up, and we're getting to understand a bit more about the causes of this type of disaster. Like I said, a building of that nature should never have been erected, on that particular site, bearing in mind, the soil conditions, and there are other factors as well. I mean, we now understand that, there were things being offloaded, which may have caused, some kind of buckling of the beams, the slabs, etc. But all that will come out as the investigation unfolds. So at this point in time, we can only sort of like estimate or guess what the situation is until we carry out a full investigation, and then we'll be able to know more, and that will also serve going forward in terms of lessons learned. But I think, like my colleagues have stated, particularly my colleague from NDMA, it's like we're just sitting and waiting for possibly another disaster of this nature to occur, because you walk around Freetown, there's so many buildings of substandard in terms of the construction, in terms of the material, which are so obvious. And these are likely disasters waiting to happen. So this has to be a wake-up call. I mean, going forward, it definitely has to be a wake-up call.
Well, is it that the building was poor, or was it that the engineering was poor? Mind you, engineers are people. These are some of the most profound people. This is the most profound occupation on the planet. Engineers have been around for ages. building, constructing things, doing things for the benefit of humanity. We see a tower like the Burj Khalifa built on the sandy dunes of Arabia. We see a tunnel going beneath the sea, connecting Britain and France. There's hardly anything that good engineering cannot accomplish. Even if, as you say, rightly say, it was a former dump site, somebody should have never built there. But with the correct engineering, these obstacles could be overcome. So, don't you think that it all boils down, because somebody said in a program when your public relations officer was on the program a few weeks back, there could be a few bad engineers, but most people don't go for professional engineers.
Yeah.
Don't you think this is one of those situations?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I totally agree. And that's why, we're trying to sensitize, the public to make sure that anyone wanting to put up a structure, particularly a multi-structure building, employ the services of a registered professional. I mean, I'm glad that you said, that there are good engineering, structures being put up, right? But good engineering structures demand, having good engineers on board. I mean, I can bet you that if you look at that particular structure and possibly other structures that have collapsed, you will find out that the engineers, well, I won't call them engineers, but the people who probably worked on those sites were not properly qualified registered engineers. And that brings me to the issue that we now have, as part of our regulatory body, the Professional Engineering Regulatory Council Act 2022, which was enacted in 2022, which will now ensure, firstly, that only registered and professional engineers are allowed to practice, in the country. And this doesn't just rest with engineers; it also rests with engineering companies, and to make sure that only registered engineering companies, can fulfill the roles of, taking on, multi-structure buildings of that sort of nature. So, going forward, I mean, I think, we are moving. But as I did say earlier, I mean, this should serve as a wake-up call, and maybe we need to take on board and move a little bit faster, to ensure that we can mitigate and limit, these sort of disasters occurring.
Okay, now is the Institute of Engineers ready to spread its tentacles to encompass all of those who might be involved? Because the term engineering is almost like when you say doctor or a lawyer. You have lawyers and you have legal practitioners, you have the clerks and all the rest of it. In medicine as well, you have the nurses and the clinical technicians, all of it. In engineering, you have these ancillary support groups, such as your technicians, your plumbers, your electricians, architects, design and modification specialists, soil engineers, hydrological engineers, everybody. Do you think you can encompass all of these, or at least make them aware of their own role that they have to play, bring them up to some standard of professionalism to build up their capacity so that?
Yes.
These things don't happen.
Yes, that's true. I mean, one of the things that the M&A of the Sierra Leone Institution of Engineers is working on at the moment is to try and bring on board all these ancillary careers, like you mentioned, like the technicians, the craftsmen, the tilers, etc., to try and get them on board. Because when you get them on board, then you're able to supervise, you're able to ensure that these people, that if for example a craftsman goes out to work, right, that you can ensure that having been registered, he's gone through the necessary scrutiny, right, in terms of qualification, experience, etc. So when he goes out, you can be ensured that he will go out and do what is right. So we're trying to bring them all on board, because once they're on board, then I mean we can establish this sort of community where we try and ensure that they are all regularized in terms of their profession and their qualification, rather than at the moment, I mean, these days you can see a craftsman going around and they'll call themselves an engineer, right? But in the true sense of it, they're not really engineers, right? I mean, I think this is where this misconception comes up. And then, when disaster falls, they point fingers, oh, the engineers are to blame, right? But that's not really the case.
Yeah, I've seen a situation whereby just for the mere fact that the individual had a yellow construction cap and he had one of these reflective vests, that he was going around actually purporting to be an engineer. Very interesting that somebody could do that. And the enforcement of licenses for engineers, I think, is another issue again. That brings me to building inspectors. We do not mention building inspectors, who also fall into this category of those who should be somehow trained, educated about how buildings should be constructed.
Yeah.
So that, you know, at the very preliminary stages, before first story goes to second story, before third story goes to fourth story, there is somebody that says, whoa, wait a minute, you cannot build beyond 5 stories, so that you don't have a collapse of a 7-story building. That type of thing should not happen. So what I would like to know is, how is the building permit regime being implemented at present? Don't you think that it's about time now maybe some of these cumbersome tasks of the ministry be devolved to perhaps the local councils? Is that feasible? What is the regime? What does it look like, sir, Mr. Kanawa?
Yes, thank you very much. I think it's something that the council has been anticipating for a very long time. And for now, the review town and country planning bill that we are now validating with stakeholders has the involvement of councils in development control. They are going to be responsible for development control as far as this new reviewed act is concerned, and they will be monitoring them to make sure that they control the development well and well. As you said earlier on, I had you talking about the height of buildings and so on in specific areas. What has the bar progress in enforcing that is the absence of these structural plans. But when these plans come into play, and when they are ready for use, you will see their use. The plan will tell you. Of course, we have the plan will tell you. We designate zones, commercial zones, residential zones, and then we have 3 types of zoning. Yeah, to bring it to the basic, we have 3 types of zoning. We have what we call use zoning, that we talk about residential use, commercial use, industrial use, and then we also have what we call density zoning, that deals with the number of people that should be in within a specific locality or within a building, you know. And then we also have what we call the height zoning, you know, whether this area is suitable for 1-story, 2-story, 3-story. We haven't got that plan that we dictate this type of development, and this is why maybe we are seeing what we are seeing now. But thank God we now have proactive leaders. We are now working on having the structural plans so that we will not we reduce the risk of disaster, you know.
So at present, it's the ministry, the building inspectors. Where is their supervising ministry? Is it Works or is it Lands and Country Planning?
They were with Works, but I think that is one of the feather that Dr. Sandy added to the cap of the Ministry of Lands by bringing them back to the ministry, you know, because before there were no collaboration between the development control aspects of the planning and then the preparation of plans. You might have your good regulations, but you cannot enforce them, because the building permit is what we use to enforce development. Because if we give you the permit will tell you whether you should construct a residential building, a commercial building, and this is the height of the building that you should construct. And that will not go without proper planning. It will not go without the zoning. You know, development control and planning, they are one unit, you know. But before, they were separated. One was with the Ministry of Works and one was with the Ministry of Lands. And sadly, I'm not trying to excuse the Ministry of Lands now for the disaster that has occurred. But I think this is one of the things that help to result in such kind of disaster we are now seeing. So we are really working as a ministry to see how best. You ask a question concerning the building inspectors. You know, by right, if we give you permit, doesn't warrant you to go and start building. According to the law, if you are ready to build, you come back to the ministry so that they will send the building inspectors to go and monitor your foundation, you know, and then they will monitor the foundation, and then you will reach certain height again. The building inspectors are supposed to go there again. You should inform them so that they will go again and inspect whether the one that is constructing the building is doing a good job, you know. But this has been absent. The monitoring aspect has been absent, you know. But now, thanks to Dr. Turasi NC, he has now found a way for us to have vehicles and then bikes so that we can be mobile. You know, now we have our building inspectors are now mobile. They can now go out and then inspect these buildings. You know, so for now, I think we are really doing well as compared to the past.
Okay, now you spoke of zoning plan. Is it that the zoning plan is absent, or is it in development, or is it in, yes, the development, I would say?
For now, it is absent. We don't have any structural plan.
So,
we don't have no
so on what basis but now the building permits issued if there is no zoning plan?
Yes, we cannot say we will not issue building permit. What we use now is planning principles.
Okay.
We just try to use our own planning principle and then our discretion to see how best we can manage the development. We will not say development will not go on because we don't have a plan.
Okay.
You know, but we know that plan is necessary for us to be able to apply these principles well.
Okay.
You know, that is why now we are working on the plan to make sure that come next year by May, we will have got a structural plan that will start.
Now, is that plan going to be exclusive, standalone, or is it going to be incorporated into a new, like you said, country planning act of sorts?
Of course, it is the act that gives power to the ministry or the council to do plan.
Okay.
You know, and immediately you do this plan, you must make sure that the plan conforms with the law.
Okay.
And then immediately you finish, it is lawful.
Okay.
You know.
All right. All right. Well, we just spoke about the need for zoning for plans, and we are faced with a situation whereby the city is growing. We have a population that is increasing. I think the city was originally planned for less than 100,000, and now we have
500,000.
500,000, and now we have 30 times that number, or if not more than that number, here in the city. I like to quote somebody from the Prince of Wales Foundation. You know, he came to Sierra Leone a few years back. And somebody said that Freetown is beyond planning, but it can be rationalized. So I sit down often and I reflect on that quote, and I say, what does it mean to rationalize a city? Engineer Jones, what do you think that might be? If Freetown is now beyond planning, but it can be rationalized, what do you think that could entail from an engineering perspective?
I think if we wanted to rationalize Freetown at this point in time, I mean, it's going to be very challenging, very challenging. It's not impossible, but it's going to be a big challenge. I mean, because you know, things in certain areas, in particular, things might be far gone beyond, you know, reproach. I think if you take the Nigerian situation, for example, I mean, you know, when Lagos got very congested, you know, they decided to transfer the capital city to Abuja. So it was almost like starting from a clean slate, and, you know, trying to make sure that all the development controls and development plans, structural plans, you know, were then taken into account. So it will be challenging for you know, Freetown, but certainly, I mean, if, you know, we the engineers work with the Ministry of Lands, I mean, we can see how best, because there's still areas in Freetown that are up and coming, that are not yet developed. So we might be able to start from those areas, right? And that can then be sort of like a template, you know, going forward, you know, for other areas. But as I said, it's going to be very challenging for existing areas where, you know, it might be well beyond reproach.
Okay, this goes back to the Ministry of Lands because you have to plan for above and beyond population expansion, and this is a capital city. Do you think that perhaps we are getting to the point whereby we would need to relocate the capital city because of congestion? Because this is what happened in Nigeria. They had to relocate the capital city.
I think it all depends on our resources. Yeah, if you think about a country like Singapore, a country that is urban, Singapore was far behind, more than what we are seeing in Sierra Leone today. You know, I've been in Singapore for, I think, 2 or 3 times. And I've gone through some of their planning problems that they used to have before, you know, and then how they managed to come to this point. This same Singapore that was shattered, they were able to redevelop this same Singapore for us to see it as the way it is today. So for me, all is not yet lost.
But how did they do it? Did they clear everybody out of the city? And
No. I think we have to do it in phases, you know. And then those that it will affect at the end of the day, obviously, development comes with a cost. They will have to be relocated depending on the resources that we have. And then if we think that we have enough resources to relocate the city somewhere else, obviously we can, you know. So, but to say that Freetown, we cannot redevelop Freetown, it's not true. We can redevelop Freetown. That is why we are now doing a structural plan, for us to see how best we can manage development within Freetown. Of course, this plan will have to affect some people. Obviously, it will affect some people because there are areas that we have to designate being commercial area, but they are now residential, or they are residential. We will designate them being residential. They are commercial. Obviously, it will require one to change the face of his or her structure that he or she has. Yeah, so it will have to affect 1 or 2 people, but it is possible. Look at Kigali. Today we look at Kigali. You know, Kigali is well planned, and before you will say that let's move the city away from Kigali. You know, it is possible. Depends on our resources.
Okay. You mentioned Kigali, or this is out of Africa, but
no, Kigali is Rwanda.
No, I'm talking now about Paris, when Napoleon had to establish the arrondissements.
Yes.
He virtually wiped off the center of Paris and made a circular pattern that made some kind of logical sense for commercial vehicular traffic. You know, you walk always under the shade because of the alignment of the trees on the avenue matches with the suns and traveling through the sky. It's all coming down to engineering and applying brains to the ground to construct something. But you know, the fact remains. You go to Freetown, you walk through Freetown, and you really see, the gutters are too small and the streets are too narrow and this type of thing. We really need to do so. Do we have the capacity? That is the question now that I'm going to ask each of you gentlemen. What remains lacking in the capacity if there are policymakers out there who are listening and they see that this is an emerging problem, the population is growing, the climate change effects are bringing havoc on infrastructure, something needs to be done, and you have technical people who are advising that we really need to revamp and speed up on certain issues. So each of you gentlemen, please, before we go for a short break, what do we really need to advise government in your own capacity, in your own sector, your own department? What do you really need as the real attention getter from the policymakers that you need to go forward in your work?
Yes, for me, as a staff of the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Country Planning, we've been suffering from allocation. The money allocated for the Ministry of Lands to perform its duty is, for us, it's very, very, very small. And we've been advocating so that that quota can be increased. But what we've also done, we've also included that in the new law that we are making. All over the world, planning sponsors itself. The dues that we gather around the building permit, the offenses that people commit, percentage of that money is supposed to be with the ministry or with council to make sure that we do planning. So for me, as you mentioned about the gutters that are narrow and so many other planning problems, these are all planning problems. If we want to move forward, we should pay attention to planning. Planning is the first step forward, because there is an adage that says if you fail to plan, you are planning to fail. You know, and the engineers all come in when you plan. If you don't plan well, the engineers will not be able to build better structure. You know, and then it is the planning that we tell the engineers what to do where. You know, so, and then it is the planning process is what will inform the engineers as to what to do in specific places, the soil test to do, certain activities to do. You know, so I'm pleading that priority be given to planning as far as planning is concerned, because all the problems that we are now seeing in Sierra Leone is due to poor planning.
Okay, priority to planning. Okay, Engineer Jones, what would you advise be the most urgently needed inputs to make the work of the Institute of Engineers more effective?
I think, you know, as my colleague has mentioned, I mean, I think resource, right, you know, is a great, you know, great aspect in terms of, you know, some of the needs, particularly, you know, for the institution. But I do stand strongly on, you know, what he said about the planning aspect, because I remember Freetown, how it used to look in the late 70s, coming up to late 80s, right? You know, compared to the way it is now. It seemed to have some sort of plan. It seemed to have some sort of structure. And I think that was not developed, you know, going forward. And so things were kind of left, you know, to fall behind. And so I think the planning aspect, you know, is very important, and you know that needs to be, you know, the main starting point.
Okay. Now, from the disaster response, we have mentioned on this program today that population is growing, especially in the urban areas like Freetown. We have climate change now. The weather can be extreme at times, and because of the geography, the topography, we have flash flooding in the city and other areas. The rivers are swelling beyond their riverbank capacities. And I'm sure that we've heard of your Director General speaking of disaster risk reduction by sensitizing people. All of these things, all of these tasks, I mean, your work is not getting any smaller as NDMA. It's just expanding. So what do you need as the most urgently requested input that will make your work, your lives easier to implement the tasks that you have?
Yeah, and thank you. And as you earlier mentioned, risk reduction is the backbone of the disaster management, because we really do emphasize on preventing or reducing the impact of the rains that are coming. And that is the more reason you see this year, and even including last year, we do have enough rains this year, but the impact has not been that too great because of the efforts that the agency put up last year, including this year. There are a series of flood mitigation activities, risk reduction activities all over the place. We mounted our campaigns. We do in drainage, clearing on strategic areas within the western area. We did all those things so that at least we could have a seamless period during the rainy season. But we didn't really saw this type of disaster coming. So, and we are still scaling up our communication. We are still scaling up our early warning system to making sure that the people stays alert, and for them to see the signs, the early warning signs before some of these things happen. We are emphasizing on all those things. And like what the engineers have said, it is good to redesign the city, at least having storm drains, like you earlier mentioned, there are inadequate storm drains within the municipalities of Freetown. That is the more reason when you see heavy rains, you see huge amount of water running down from the hilltop. These are all the issues. So it will be good. But what we really want to see from an agency standpoint going forward, because most of these incidents, these structural collapse that are happening, most of these houses, they are little over 5 years. So you will see that these are new construction works that are coming up. So we really want to emphasize that the laws are being implemented. We have the laws. There are laws that will tell you that you don't build on certain areas, waterways, hazardous areas. We really want to see ministries, departments, and agencies that are responsible for all those areas, making sure that they put premium on those things. We are talking about redesigning, replanning the city, but let us also start from, that will be a very good start, to ensure that the laws, the policies that are in place do work going forward. And for us, we also have challenges in terms of, like all the two speakers have said, there are issues of resources, resource mobilization, you know, the acceptance of people. You tell them that don't build here, don't live here. The areas we go, we tell people, evacuate from this place. They will tell you, where do you expect us to go? Where do you want us to go and live? These are all the challenges that we do face. And some of them, when they see this type of incident occurring now, they'll call us, hey, please come, let's come and talk. We have seen this type of, we really don't want to die here. Can you please help us? So these are the issues. But first, when you engage them, they will be so stubborn that they are not leaving. They don't want to go anywhere. So these are the issues, you know, but we keep on emphasizing that at the end of the day, our mandate to save lives and property, we continue on that direction, and we will also work with our partners. Because the Ministry of Lands, they have a very strong laws with regards to some of these issues. Preventing people from building in unsatisfied areas, even demolishing places that people have gone ahead to do their construction work. When we see some of those things, we bring them to their attention. So these are the issues that we do.
Well, perhaps for economic reasons, because you talk about the resistance to relocate. Look at Yeliboa. The island is virtually sinking, but because of the economic benefit from the fishing that they get there, people still reside there. So we have to look at it. Somebody said the week before last that it's a systemic problem, and you mentioned something that sounds like the need for more coordination from everybody doing their job properly so that we can solve the problem at the end of the day. Yes, Mr. Kano, you want to say something before we go for a short break?
Yes. You ask our immediate needs. Yeah, and as my colleague was saying, you see the structure. We've also taken proactive measures to make sure that we patrol around the city. You see, this is Will Street, and we made this structure. You know, for now, I don't think the public will be able to see it well. You know,
just hold it steady in front of the camera, and then maybe you can see it.
You see, we went to this place, and we've gone there a month ago, and we've issued a quit notice. You know, up to now, we went there yesterday, and we met them there again.
You see, that's Will Street.
Will Street. You know, the structure is dilapidated, cracked everywhere. You know, we are walking all around. You know, from morning to evening. You know, if you go to this place, you will see everywhere cracked. We've already issued demolition notice, and come this week, we are going to put the structure down. You know, but as some of our needs, of course, we are doing our best with the little we have, but some of the things I did not mention that are pressing needs. One, lack vehicle. We have vehicle challenge. For the old Directorate of Country Plan, we only have one vehicle, and that vehicle was made available to us by Dr. Turat Senesi. Imagine all these years we don't have a single vehicle to patrol the city. How do you think we can effectively monitor planning all around the city? And then, of course, I talked about funding shortage, and then lack of manpower. You know, we are about 41 in number. 41 in number for the whole country. Imagine, how will you be able to manage all this country, patrol the whole country? it becomes a challenge. And we've made it clear several times we've defended it to the Human Resource Office. Obviously, for some reason that there are no funding for now, we still have the manpower that we have. We need, there has been a critical shortage of skilled personnel in the ministry that we are really working on, making it a challenge to carry out necessary planning activities and enforcement. But thank God the minister that we now have is trying for us to be having short courses so that we can bring some of this staff to speed, and some of us are having some international workshop, international seminars, that is also helping to capacitate us. But these are pressing need. Vehicle challenge, fund shortage, and then we also have manpower problem.
All right. Now I wanted to ask Engineer Jones about this habit of building where water is directly impacting the foundation. What does water actually do to concrete when that happens? But we're going to have a short break, and when we're back, we're going to have text messages from you, the viewers and audience, and then we'll ask some more questions on this edition of Public Square. Public Square, and before the break we had wanted to discuss the habits of building in waterways, blocking the passage of waterways. Something similar occurred at Motomé, which had obvious results. The disaster at Shell on the 16th of September is being attributed to a similar type of practice. We have the president of the Sierra Leone Institute of Engineers in the studio with us, Engineer Oba Jones. What can you tell the viewers? This might be of some good advice to some viewers out there who are in construction. What can you tell the viewers about the interaction of water in such a situation whereby you are actually building a structure, a foundation that is impeding a waterway?
Okay. I mean, we all know how powerful water is, right? It is one of the very powerful elements. So when a structure is going to be built, on a waterway, I mean, obviously you have oil rigs and other similar type of structures that are being built on waterways, but then you need to use, the particular type of cement and other materials as well, right? So all these needs to be taken into consideration. But what seems to happen is that in our situation in Freetown or in Sierra Leone, is this idea that you can build wherever you want, whenever you want, however you want, and I think that whole thinking needs to change, because I mean that's a definite cause that leads to to some of these disasters. I mean, it's not it's irreconcilable. I mean, for and that's why as I said, it all boils down to having a good professional engineer from the onset right onto the finish of the project, right? Because when you do, right, I mean that professional engineer will be in a position to advise, not only advise, but will also be in a position to supervise and monitor, right, the construction, as it should be carried out. And that's why, as I said, we welcome the enactment of the Park Act, which will definitely assist us in trying to weed out, some of the irregular practices, as well as the unprofessional engineers, that are undertaking, projects in this country.
Okay. Now, thank you very much. Those of you who are attentive to the program, thank you for sending in your text messages. We do have a few of them here. One of them says, these deaths could have been prevented by proper building permits by the Ministry of Lands. Now, I know that the Ministry of Lands, their constraints have been explained briefly by the Director of Country Planning here in the studio with us, who said that 41 planning officers or 41 personnel of various cadre, that is what you have access. Is that covering the entire nation? 41?
The entire country.
In the country planning department?
Yes, the entire country.
Would you happen to know how many surveyors there are? Because
the surveyors in the surveys, I can say in the surveys and lands directorate.
Yes.
There are just the land guard. They are supposed to be over 40 or 50, and then the entire staff, they might be running up to 80 to 90.
Okay. Now, do they work in tandem with the planning officers who also work with the building inspectors?
So
is that how it should be?
I think we are now collaborating because of this shortage of inspectors that we have. We are also making use of some of the survey officers, and then we are making use of the building the land guards also to do enforcement. So we are making use of them also.
Okay. All right. Now, another one says the Ministry of Lands put down all structures that pose risks. Now, it seems as if Wheel Street is becoming a hotspot, because during the break you were showing me some videos of structures there at Wheel Street. One of them we were seeing at the corner of our screen there. There was another one that you had virtually grass growing out of cracks in the building. What can you say about the procedures of getting such a place vacated and demolished, as the case would be?
Yes, I think the law gave us the mandate according to the Freetown Improvement Act. From section 20 to 28, it is mentioned that if the director sees situation like this, we should send a notice to the occupant, depending on the circumstance. If it is pressing, we make sure that the notice is short. If it is not that pressing, we can give 7 days, 14 days, 21 days, you know. Where if it is short, we can give as short as 3 days, you know. And this one at Will Street, we went there on Friday. We've given them 3 days notice. From Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. If they don't quit on Tuesday, they will see us there with hammers, and then to make sure that the place is uninhabitable. Yeah, we'll go there and then make sure that we just demolish the wall so that no one will be able to live within, and then make sure we condone the area. So that is what we are intending to do. Not only with streets, also just, I don't know the name of that street, opposite the curve. When you are coming from the light by Stadium, when you are coming from the light, there is this curve that you meet before going towards the bridge. There is a road drive opposite that curve. There's a drive opposite that curve. You know, there is also a dilapidated structure there. We went there and we video it, you know, and we even seize tools and so many other things. And we've also given them 3 days notice. If they don't quit, of course, that one tomorrow, Monday, we'll go there, and that one we'll have to put it down. There are so many of those structures around that we would use our own power to make sure that we put them down. And we've been doing that in the past. There are structures that were built in waterways. Our deputy minister and our staff went to those areas, and then we used some of the military equipment, and then we had to demolish those structures. You know, if we have equipment, we'll be demolishing these structures almost every day. But you know, because of the lack of equipment, you know, we are also constrained with equipment. But we'll make sure that we do what we can.
Would there be any danger after conducting such an exercise, thereby weakening the structures to the point of almost imminent collapse, where it probably was not situated before?
Our aim is to put down the building.
But if you just go and demolish a few walls to make it uninhabitable, you're creating an entry point for water, seepage, and other things that would probably weaken the building and speed up the collapse.
No. When we say we are going there to demolish the walls, we are making sure that you cannot go there and leave.
Okay.
Yeah, that is what we'll do. But that's the short-term measure that we'll take.
Okay.
Yeah, but at the same time, we'll be arranging with other stakeholders to make sure that we have the machine to put down the building completely.
Okay. All right. Now we have, we had during the break a discussion about the collapse of these buildings. The danger is that not only the structure that falls down is posing the risk, but the adjacent structures as well. Our friend from NDMA, Mr. King, you spoke about this disaster at Shell. That the residents in the surrounding area are now a little bit petrified about what might be their fate at any time if such a structure went down in their midst. What would happen to their own structure? Yeah. So what were your observations?
Yeah. So like I mentioned, we keep receiving series of complaints from people where they have a similar situation with buildings that have shown visible cracks all over the place. So, and what we do, we go to those residents, we assess those buildings, and like what the director was saying, we assess the level of risk. If the risk is so high that this could have an imminent collapse, automatically we complain to the people and tell them that they need to evacuate from those places. If they are unrented, you tell them that, let them talk to the owner of the building, that they've been asked to leave those places. And if we have the contact of those people, we invite them to the office and we explain, give them the exact picture of the situation, and we tell them the implications of in an event of any collapse of the building. Because some of those buildings, we tell the people that this will be the repercussion. So for some, we transfer the burden to them, and we tell them that by any means, if you do not take proactive actions now to let the people evacuate from that building, anything happens, we will hold you responsible. We'll charge you to court, and you'll be held responsible for that. So some of those things will activate their moves, and they will do the necessary. So this is what we're doing. And also there are other buildings now. We have one at Ekwa Street, Malamatomo Street, sorry. And we visited the place, and the visible cracks are all over. They're very strong. You see the depression from even the embankment that the construction is held up over. You see the depression, and you see all of this risk associated to it. So we contacted the owner, and she really shows some concern that the people need to leave. So she asked the people, give them 3 days, and they've evacuated. And she's even asking us now for an expert view through the engineering sector, that we are engaging with them now to have some people go there and assess the place. Because there is these two conflicting ideas now. She wants to demolish the entire building. It's a 5-story building, a giant building, 5-story. She wants to demolish it, and she's having another second thought of having it refurbished. So, but she wants to have an expert view, a certified expert view from the state. So we are writing now to the Institute of Engineers for them to at least conduct an assessment and come out with a report, which we will share with the people for them to move. So these are the issues. There is another one at Priscilla Street. We went there. You see the building, you know that at any moment it will collapse. So we evacuated the people there, and we also write to the ministry, we write to Freetown City Council, and some of, like you are mentioning, we really want a controlled demolitions. Because if we say we are just evacuating the people out of those places and we just leave the building like that, it will pose more risk. Because there are people that will be passing across at night. You never can tell when the building will collapse. So we are encouraging controlled demolitions as quick as possible, so that we reduce the risk of losing lives. So these are the essence. So we keep receiving, and they are coming up. At every day we receive more than 5, 6, and we are going there. We make sure that we do the necessary things that we are supposed to do.
Wow. Yeah. Now with regards to demolition, it's very interesting to see how very tall buildings are brought down in the Western world with controlled explosives. They set them precisely, and you'll see the building. If you could imagine that these papers would be the deck of a building, they collapse one on top of the other, and they come straight. Look at the World Trade Center, 9/11, unfortunately, how that mighty tall structure came down in a straight line, although it created a lot of debris, but it was somehow contained within a radius. You see, so there's some amount of science behind to get it correct, that it is done with safety. And I see it like the building at the United Nations, the old United Nations building across from Electricity House, how very precisely that is being systematically, I would say, being demolished. It is not something to be taken lightly. And as you said, sir, gentlemen, there are a lot of buildings out there that need to be demolished, and they're getting worse day by day by day. So it seems as if there's going to be a lot of work. One, engineers to build sober structures going forward in the future. Those who are experts in rehabilitation and refurbishment, they also have a niche that they are coming into. The land and country planning people, coordination and making use of their resources to do a maximum effort, because with just 41 personnel to go around to all of these structures and make sure that they receive the proper attention that they have. And NDMA, in the unfortunate incidents of a disaster, they would have to be responding to these numerous calls, because now, like we said, population. Some buildings, as I've learned from a learned panel, they have an occupancy limit. You can, because of the tremors, the people moving inside, you have to have a certain number of people. Beyond that, it's uninhabitable. Climate change, the weather, the breeze. The infrastructure in a city like Freetown is under immense pressure from the elements. So it seems as if the engineers have a lot of work to do. NDMA will have a lot of work to do. lands in country planning, you have a lot of work immediately on your plate.
Yes, I don't want
planning documents.
Yes,
that's non-existent.
Sorry, sir. I don't want you to limit this work on us only.
Oh no, there are so many. There are so many actors.
Yes.
It's just fortunate that
even those that are occupying the building.
Yeah. Yes.
Because of course, I'm an engineer. Yeah, I've practiced civil engineering for a very long time, and there are so many buildings that are within Freetown that went through my hands. Yeah. One thing, when you design building, we design for the load that it will carry. We have what we call a live load, the dead load, and we also have what we call wind load.
Okay.
Yeah, and this dead load is maybe the load, the weight of the load that you cannot remove from the building. Yeah, and then the live load, the movable loads. And then what I made to understand from again the brother from NDMA will correct me if I'm wrong, and that is that before the incident happened, the day before the incident happened, 3 containers of tile and so many other items, heavy items. You know how heavy tile is? 3 containers of those items were offloaded, and they were not stored in the building, the ground floor or the basement. They were stored right up the first floor. Imagine the weight, 3 container tile. If the house, whether you plan that area well, you don't plan that area well, if the house was not designed for that load, obviously it will collapse. So the people again that are living within those structures, they should know that the load limit for those structures, they should know the load limit for the structures, so that they will not go beyond those load limits and they risk their lives. Because at the end of the day, they will not see all these problems. They will just see Papa government, Papa government, Papa government. You know, so I think we have our responsibility to plan the country well, and then NDMA have their responsibility to respond to disaster well, and then the engineers also have their responsibility to construct the building well. They might construct the building well, construct the building for specific load. If you go beyond that load, they will not blame the engineer. So obviously, those out there, they also have something to do. They have their own work to do. They have their own responsibility, in as much as we have our own responsibilities.
Yeah, I recall long time ago the Podas used to have a seating capacity clearly displayed in the cab. So you know that this takes 34 passengers and so on and so forth. Perhaps a similar thing could be displayed on buildings, so that people know what the occupancy, the live load, the dead load, the wind load, as you say. The responsibility
so I think
for
education
the engineers
is definitely
education definitely, but you said don't blame the engineers. Somebody is texting saying that they heard that, or they're asking rather, is it true that the owner of the structure, the one that collapsed at Shell, was an engineer? You know, people rumors go all around.
Well, yeah, I was going to say that because you know, when disasters of this nature occur, I mean, all sorts of stories come up. I personally am not aware of that fact, but as we're carrying out an investigation, I mean, if that is the case, then you know that will come up. But then again, I mean, you know, this notation of engineer, right? I mean, as I said, you know, needs to be looked at, you know, intricately and properly, because you know, as you yourself admitted, you've seen someone with a hard hat going around and you know, purporting to be an engineer. Understand me? So I mean, I don't know. I mean, but the investigation will definitely throw light on whether that is the case. If he was an engineer, was he a professional, qualified engineer? I mean, so all that will come out in the investigation.
Okay, well, luckily for us, earlier we had somebody from the Professional Engineering Regulatory Council on a program a few weeks back, talking about the penalties that an engineer could face if he or she is found wanting in such a situation that they were the designers of a structure that collapsed. That would indicate perhaps that there's something wrong with that engineer's qualifications. Yes, of course. We are still going on with the text messages. One says, because Engineer Jones, you said earlier that that area had been used as a deposit for garbage a while back. somebody is saying here, all public dustbins owned by council are gone. So it's a systemic problem.
Yeah.
There's nowhere to, if zoning was actually taking effect, we wouldn't have this proliferation of garbage sites.
Precisely.
At culverts, at the edge of bridges empty fields, at the back of school facilities and health facilities, and so on and so forth. So the public is actually also aware of the problem to some extent, but programs like this, of course, are designed for creating more public awareness. Another text message says Sierra Leoneans also have a role to play for their safety. I think the panelists have said it. They have seen it in their practical work in the field as well. Do you still have building inspectors? Somebody is asking. Do you still have building inspectors?
Of course, we have building inspectors, and they are still doing their work.
Okay. Out of the 41 personnel, how many of them are the building inspectors?
Funnily, the building inspectors are with the housing directorate.
Oh, the housing directorate.
You know, but we work together.
Okay. All right. Now, I agree Freetown is plannable. It's just a matter of enforcement. This was what another texter, someone in the texter says. It's just a matter of enforcement. So, how would enforcement look like across the board? From your own end, you're the ministry that gives the permits for the land, for the construction, and you also have the power to demolish.
Yes, enforcement starts with the law. You know, the present law that we have, the Town and Country Planning Act, gives the minister power to do regulations, but it limits the minister's penalty to £5. The minister's penalty must not exceed £5, and 2 months imprisonment. Imagine 1946 Act. We are still using 1946 Act. Thank God now we are reviewing it. Come November, we'll have got a new act. Yeah, November, December, we have gotten a new act. And then also the act does not give the local council enough space to participate in planning and development control. And you know, development control is a grassroots thing. The council are with those that are at the grassroots. So this new act that we are now doing will also empower the councils, the chiefdoms. You know, because there are some areas that the council member cannot go in the chiefdoms. So even the chiefdom members, it will also empower them to do some aspect of development control. And we will be there to monitor them. We'll be moving around to see that they monitor the development control well. And whatever problem you have in the public, if you are not able to channel it to the council, you can channel them to us and they will reach the council. And then another thing again, the act also lacks is the funding mechanism as to how planning will fund itself. Of course, I've spoken about that. And then climate change and disaster mitigation, these were all not handled within this whole act. So for now, we are taking that into consideration. So it starts development control. Enforcement starts with the act. And then the second aspect of enforcement is you control development according to the plan that you have. If you don't have plan, your development control will not be effective. No matter what development control we do now, it will not be as effective as if we've got a plan. That this plan says, here is a residential estate, anyone comes with a commercial building should be demolished. People should have rest. Should not come here with marketing, what and then what not, you know. And then, or this is a commercial site. If you come with industrial activity there, obviously it should be demolished. So if we don't have complete plan, if we don't have a plan, obviously it will also deter our enforcement mechanism. And then also, as we are talking, the building code. Now we are doing a plan, obviously, yeah. And then the building code. If you don't have a building code, how then do you want to monitor structures? The standard of structures, you know. And then also for planning, it's not only to have the plans, the act. We also need to have the standards as to how you do your plan, so that it will be uniform across the board. Kono will not be doing their own. Kono Council will not be doing their own plan. A different way from those in Makeni, Kenema Bow. So all these things have to be in place, and then we should be motorable, movable, mobile. If you don't have vehicles, no matter what plan you have in your hands, if you are not mobile, you will not be able to reach those sites. You know, so we should have them, and then we should have the right personnel. You know, so, and we should have the number of personnel that we need. So if we have all those, obviously controlling development becomes very easy. But obviously the staff that we have should not be an excuse for us not to control development. We are doing our best, you know. So I think if we want to control development effectively, and also we should also help, we should be consulting other stakeholders concerning the building permit. If we know that you are building within an environmental unfriendly area, obviously we will ask you to go for EPA license, yeah, from the Ministry of Environment or from EPA. Get your EISHA, Environmental Impact Social Health Assessment report, and then bring it to us. We'll look at it. If your structure is more than 2-3 story, it will require us for you to go to the engineers to get your structural design, so that we'll see the enforcement, you know. And then if we know that the soil that you want to build is not that conducive, we also ask you to go to the engineers for soil report, for us to know that the soil, the building that you want to erect, the soil capacity, the bearing capacity of the soil will be able to accommodate that building. So in controlling or enforcing development is a holistic thing, from the law to the plan to the code to the standard, and then also to engage stakeholders. Okay. You know, so that's the only way we can enforce development.
Yeah. Okay, just hold on a minute, Mr. King. Mr. Jones, you have an act of parliament that is backing you up. What more do you need in terms of enhancing enforcement for the engineers?
Yes, we do have the act, which I've mentioned a couple of times. That is the PERC Act 2022. And I'm glad that you did mention that one of my colleagues was here earlier, and he spoke about the fines and penalties, you know, if one should default. So yes, enforcement is important, but enforcement is as effective, I believe, as the penalties and fines. And what our act actually stipulates is that anyone who commits an offense and is liable to a conviction to a fine of not less than 20 million leones, or to a term of imprisonment not less than 3 years, or both such fine and terms of imprisonment. Right? So yes, you know, we do have that, and you know, I think that's quite you know, a start. I mean, 20 million leones, you know, for defaulting, or as the case might be.
New leones or old leones?
I think this would be old leones.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it would be old. So in new leones that would be 20,000. Yeah, 20,000 leones. But the act actually says 20 million. I think it was written before the new leones, you know, came into effect. Okay. Yes. So yes, that you know, that would definitely you know, take effect. And but also allied to enforcement is education. You know, the people themselves need to be educated, and I think that has come up quite a few times, as the director himself has mentioned, that, you know, people need to know what the safe load, right, of the building that they're occupying is, right, and that can only come from education, from letting people know. So sensitization exercises need to be carried out, you know, throughout the country to make people aware. And that's why I'll repeat again that, you know, all these disasters, in as much as, yes, they're unfortunate and, you know, it's sad when there are fatalities, but, you know, it serves as a wake-up call, right? And I only pray and hope, you know, that, you know, people will grasp this, learn from this, and know that, you know, all these bad acts, you know, cannot continue. Right, you know, it cannot be business as usual, if I can use that term, right? We need to wake up and realize that, when you do things wrongly, disasters will occur.
Okay. Mr. King, you are on the receiving end of the outcomes. You have to do the cleanup after the disaster. What do you need in terms of law enforcement that will enhance your work and maybe make some of your endeavors not so necessary?
Yeah, like what my brother was saying, it's good that they are thinking of incorporating other sectors in assigning building permits. So this is what we, as an agency, this is what we are recommending, that going forward, we as an agency should also be incorporated in the act of certifying people with building permits, because we also have a role to play, like you are mentioning now. And if we do due diligence before even the construction of those buildings, we are also part of the process in assessing the area, whether it's an hazardous area, whether it's a prone to disaster. We also have that kind of assessment that will validate the issuance of that particular building permit to people. Then that will be fine, because it has to be a coordinated effort. Because if we do that, it will be effective. So we are also asking the Ministry of Lands to also see how best they could incorporate NDMA, especially in the area of issuing building permits to people, so that we also can get involved into the process to certify whether those places are fit for purpose. Yeah, that could be also another area. We also have in our act in Part 8, Section 47, 2B, that also gives NDMA the powers to demolish, but we cannot do it in isolation. We have to go through the Ministry of Lands. They have to certify. A certified country planner has to go through the assessment process and with a recommendation that this area needs to be demolished. So that is how our power stops. We do demolish, but through the Ministry of Lands. They have to certify it, that this building is not fit for purpose. It's being constructed on an hazardous place or whether on unauthorized locations. So, and we really want to see how best that particular area of the act being implemented through the collaboration of the ministry. We've been serving people stop work notification, stop work advice, and we also ask them to bring all the documents that the director was saying. You bring your geotechnical survey that you've conducted, your permits, everything that you have. You supply us, you supply the ministry, and also we'll be going forward, we'll also be asking them to also bring some of those documents to the Institute of Engineers, so that they also can go and get a taste of it. So we know with a collaborative approach, definitely we'll get through most of these things that we are doing. Because at the end of the day, because people think that it's one person, maybe just NDMA, or maybe just Ministry of Lands, or maybe just Freetown City Council, they are in charge of this, they can think. But if it's being done in a collaborative way as a team, then we'll get a very good result at the end of the day.
Okay, well, this is the last question from our executive producer. I think it alludes back to when we were talking about the rationalization of city planning here in Freetown. She is asking about the possibility of a sewer system. Is that feasible? Is it possible?
Sewer system.
Sewer system, yes.
Again?
A sewer system. The text actually says, is a sewer system, can it be implemented for the engineer?
Sewage?
No, sewer system. That
sewer.
is, having underground.
Tunnels.
Underground tunnels. That can assist in the position of wastewater, etc. Again, I mean, this goes back to this idea that how can we start off cleaning up Freetown, cleaning up in the inverted commas per se. As you have mentioned, I mean, nothing is impossible. If the resources are there, yes. I believe that, if 20, 30 years ago, right? You know, the plan for Freetown. I mean, I'm sure that there are plans. I mean, you probably go to the old city council, you probably see, you know, advanced plans for Freetown. I mean, I didn't live, you know, in this country after the 80s, but one thing I do know, even there was a coastal road that was planned all the way from Town, so you don't have to go through the city. You can go through straight from Town, you know, follow that coastal line, and you can go all the way to Godrich and beyond. But you know, all of these plans, you know, were dropped. So I'm sure a similar plan, if we go through, you know, City Council, Ministry of Works, etc. I'm sure there are plans that were in place for a sewer system, right? That was not put in, and now, you know, with all the buildings that have come up, all the congestion in terms of buildings, in terms of, you know, personnel, in terms of people, it will be challenging. But, you know, I think this panel has agreed that nothing is impossible.
Nothing is impossible. Well, we have to start from somewhere, and that is how we end this edition of Public Square. We have been talking about the recent spate of disasters, especially the one at Shell that prompted a lot of reaction because of the casualties involved. Thank you very much. Our representatives from the Ministry of Lands and Country Planning, the Sierra Leone Institute of Engineers, and the National Disaster Management Agency. Special thanks to Princess Gibson, who is our executive producer, and all of the crew members here at SLBC on this pleasant afternoon. I am Harold Williams. Thank you for watching Public Square, and continue staying with the SLBC. Bye-bye.